Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, December the 14th. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, well, yeah, we're in for a bit of a negative open to start anyway. Lots happening. I'm actually in a short. I'm noticing you guys talking about the ADGI and how much further, or is it all over? Listen, obviously the huge gap down has already taken place. Excuse me. I'm just looking at that, looked like it got all the way down to 990. So I'm in this short at around 1078. So we'll see what happens. You know, if it gets back up to 1078, I'll just cover it. But I'm going to see if it continues down. Obviously, horrible news. I mean, this was yesterday, no inkling whatsoever. $34 stock, basically cut by 2/3, just like that. It was an IPO a few months ago. An IPO, in fact, last month, it got up to almost $80. Imagine. So what else is happening? GRTX phase 3 news. And that's kind of holding. It's a low float. 11 million in the float. 392 is kind of holding. It is phase 3, so it's it's better than phase 1 or 2. Meanwhile, wow, what to be said about AMC? Look at AMC just absolutely getting crushed here. Another 8%. More importantly, I mean, look at these last few days. I mean, this was $34 4 days ago. $21 now. Next support area on the monthly is way down here at 10. Mind, M-I-N-D, Mind, some kind of a research agreement with the U.S. Navy. So that was announced after hours yesterday. It sold off quite a bit. It's a low float, but you never know. I mean, there's a lot of volume right now. Just a matter of seeing what happens once this opens. CABA, C-A-B-A, another all-time low. All these ones making all-time lows. CABA. I'm sorry, it's not an all-time low. It's 14% above an all-time low. This is phase 1 data, obviously not well received. CABA. IMTX is gapping up on a Bristol Myers deal. Pulled back a little bit, well, quite a bit actually. Quite a bit. $14 now, back down to $11.76. 200-day moving average. So it's below the 200-day moving average right now. At one point, it was quite a bit above it, but there it is. GBT, this was a flyer from yesterday, but they announced the financing, so that kicked the stuffing out of this one. GBT down 9%. ALZN, I don't think Alzheimer's play. Don't see any specific news on it, but it is up. Here's another one, guys. This is another one I'm eager to potentially short. PL, all-time low. Probably the first time it released earnings. IPO from back here. And all-time low now. I mean, look at this. Just got kicked. It's an earnings play. Wow, ADGI, go. Nice start for me. Could watch it just a minute here. See if I take any off. Miso, this gap down. Novartis has terminated their agreement. So MESO, another one near an all-time low, MESO. small one. NVS Novartis basically terminated their agreement. The one gapping down. GBIO gapping down. Negative reaction to their update. Low volume right now, but look at this. I mean, low volume right now. Guarantee it's going to pick up. It's still down 28%. And last but not least, guys, keep an eye on OSCR. So Goldman has put a real downgrade on this one with a 650 price target. 650 price target. Okay. There's not very much volume yet. But, you know, right here, it's not quite an all-time low. I guess the all-time lows are right down here, around just over $8. That takes that out. Look out below. I mean, there's nothing holding it. Okay, I covered some of my ADGI. Shoot, I should have covered it a lot lower as I got close to 10, but that's okay. And if you're wondering, TMX is a buyout, and it's a cash and stock buyout at $55. So it is under that buyout price. But remember, there's a stock component, and I think it's a UK company. TMX. Yeah, this is definitely a UK company, so it's quite a bit below the buyout price, but again, there is a stock component also, so it's probably the reason. Take a look at IRM from Real. Good morning, Real. Or IRM. Vancha, I don't recognize you, so I'm going to welcome you to the room. Oh man, AMC. Wow, just getting absolutely kicked here, guys. AMC, no specific news other than, you know, maybe the memers are finally giving up on this one, and of course the other one, GME. GME is perilously close to giving up 130. And the next low on the monthly is around 100 for GME. I mean, I'm wondering, is this truly the end? We've seen this act before, guys. This one, you think it's all over, all of a sudden some craziness happens, but maybe this is it. Seeing a couple of China IPOs, EVs, NIO and XPEV, moving down, NIO and XPEV. I'm sure LI is probably following suit. But yeah, so all three of them are drifting down. So Timothy, there are two rooms, okay? You're in the YouTube room, nothing wrong with being there, but there is what I call the main trading room. It's basically the same. They see my screen, they hear me the same as you, just a lot more activity. If you want, you can come over there, and I can give you the link to get into the YouTube room. I'm sorry, into what I call the main trading room. So a lot more action there. Yep, we're gonna have an ugly open. It's getting uglier and uglier. Look at the SPY, guys. Here's the pre-market right there, and big red candle there. Another one forming here. Oh, lots of these. Boy, I can't wait to see what we're going to get from the daily breakdown today, the 10-day daily breakdown today. Sensational yesterday, guys. It's sensational. And if you won't short, nothing, I can't help you. Oops. Are you kidding me? For AMC and GameStop, yeah, no. IV has got, now it's from every, oh, no, I thought maybe they just disappeared. Oh, no, there are tons. 5.8 million shares for AMC. And for GameStop, or GameStop, GameStop, I never get that. Wow, 28 now. Yeah, 191,000. But AMC's got millions. All right, guys, it is now night. I'm really wanting to pay attention to the OSCR with that Goldman downgrade to 650. See what happens once this market opens. Not very much volume yet. This was an IPO back here. All right, going to quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. I've been keeping an eye on that ADGI short that I have. Let's see if it gets closer to that pre-market low. Whoa! Wow, this is the analysts hard at work last night, guys. There's a lot of upgrades and a lot more downgrades. So I'll see if how many I can get in here, okay? A lot of upgrades and a lot of downgrades. A lot more downgrades, but there's a lot of upgrades. And so Goldman, I see, has upgraded ASO. You might want to put that on your radar, ASO. What I'm looking for are multiple upgrades or downgrades. In other words, the same stock being looked at by different analysts. I don't see any off the top here. Oh, PL, guys, is probably going to run away from me. All-time low, PL. Probably should have taken that one instead of the ADGI. All right, guys, there's a few of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Let's see if I can see some multiple downgrades. IONQ, guys, another one of those flyers from a few weeks ago, giving it up. I can hear it. Text to voice. All right, Ollie's, OLLI, downgrade from Goldman. I'm just going to stick that symbol aside. I want to see what's happening with that one. I'm not seeing any multiple downgrades. I do see a downgrade for DDOG. Goldman downgrading RL and Big. RL and Big being downgraded by Goldman. Whew, lots of, yeah, some big caps being downgraded. All right, guys, there is a, no, that's probably, it's on the whole list. Too many to type in. Now, let's take a look at Ollie. OLLI, downgraded by Goldman. There you go. There's the effect. Only 10,000 shares so far. Okay, so Fernanda, you may have to do a refresh, okay? It should be on Ollie now. OLLI now. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But it's more than likely it was on OSCR, yes, while I was typing in the upgrades and downgrades. Well, let's take a look at the sectors. It's not going to look good. My guess is virtually every one of them, of course, every one of them is going to be down. But let's see if there's one sector that is sort of popping out here. All right, so these are the major sectors. So when you're looking at this, for instance, when you look at XLE, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So what we're seeing here is that only 4.5% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 4.5 means, okay? Basically, virtually all technology stocks are down from yesterday's close. All communication stocks, 100% of them. There's really nothing. I mean, you want to take a look at financials. I mean, only 62% of them are down. Of course, this can all change an hour from now. But this is a glimpse of what we're looking at, or what we're seeing right now. The major sectors. Meanwhile, man, I should have taken a short on AMC. Oh. Give me a moment, please. All right, so CABA, C-A-B-A, and again, that is still on my list. I'm looking for these shorts, the PL. Still have my ADGI short. We need to see if it can really get underneath 10. Yeah, with the AMC and the GME, I mean, you just always have to be aware. At some point, maybe these memers say enough is enough. But no, as long as you have a stop in place and you're not wandering away from your computer. How's Dwack doing? All right, well, here's one that is kind of bucking the trend, and that is Fluor, FLR, kind of bucking the trend, guys. Um, Fluor's nuclear energy unit NuScale to go public via a $1.9 billion SPAC deal. So a little bit like Hog yesterday, spinning off I guess we'll call it a division or a sector from within the company and taking them public via SPAC. So Fluor is doing the same thing. Not the same sector, of course, but just the same concept. Down goes Peloton, PTON. So what was the low yesterday? 37.67. So we're approaching that low for Peloton, PTON. The EVs are being FS. Like I just can't see any. All the China EVs. How's Lucid doing? Yeah, nothing really gaining traction, guys. There's no strong sector that I see. I'm looking even at Bitcoin. Nothing's happening with Bitcoin, BITO. Supply chain issues with Peloton. Boy, I'd like to hop in that OSCR right now, but the spread is like 847, 870. Problem is, it's down 18%. Down 18%, so when the market opens, it might be tough to get because of that uptick rule. Again, I'm only focusing on it because of the big downgrade by Goldman. And with the market being, bad right now to start, GRTX, what are you doing? Are you still hanging in there? Yeah, GRTX is kind of hanging in, guys. So they did have some news. This is actually phase 3, so it's late stage. Positive news. The 200-day moving average is way up here, so did get to almost $4 in the pre-market. And it's a low float. Yeah, 11 million in the float. at some of these EV plays just getting, I mean, you know, $46 about, what, 3 weeks ago for plug, now down to 30, and sitting on that 200-day, 31.25, 30.70, so it's just, you know, basically just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. I didn't mention this one. I think I have it on my list, or I put it in the watch list. But NES, it's this. I can't remember. I thought it was a buyout or something, or a merger or something like that. It's popped all the way up to 340. They got halted, I believe. Came right back down, but it's back up 17%. That's because it fell so much after that big pop. All right, ADGI, just have to take out 10. In this short around 1078, I took some off around 1040 as it was starting to inch its way back up. And now let's see if it can, there is the pre-market low, I believe, is 990. So I'll have to see if it can crack 10. If not, I'm out. So look at these, all these EV, no, that's not an EV play, but from yesterday, Blue, remember yesterday, Blue, BLU, all the way up almost to $10. Hey, Zach, did you see that interesting action for FHTX late in the day? Kind of finally did what maybe we were hoping it would do, but it really didn't hold, but it did get up to $20, $20.90. That action after not after hours, but this is the 4 o'clock handle. So I guess it bears, you know, watching, I suppose. You know, it's basing nicely here. I mean, it's down, but remember, it's down because of the big gap. Not the big gap, but the big run up at the end of the day. Thank you, William. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yes, we were within 1 minute of this open. So, well, hold on. Hold on. Let's see what happens today. Will it turn in to be my favorite day? My favorite day, meaning a big gap down and then kind of a recovery, which makes bounce plays really interesting. Just one moment, please. All right, ADGI underneath 10 now. Just barely. Again, I took this one early because, you know, it's down way more than 10%, so wasn't sure if I'd get it when the market opened. And guess what? No shorts. Wow, there we go. Okay, guys. Look at this collapse. No shorts available anymore at Interactive Brokers. They've all been snapped up. Okay, I can go back to bed. Whoa, brother, look at this now, guy. Utter collapse now. ADGI. Anybody take this one? Oh my goodness. I mean, it showed up here, but I'm not sure, excuse me. I mean, even there is fantastic, but I'm not sure if there were, I don't think there, for me anyway, there were no, I don't think there were any shorts available at Interactive Brokers at that point. All right, so I've covered some more, guys, just over about 9:15 or so, just in case it cannot break 9. Don't have very much left. All right, well, the GRTX, let's see. The GRTX, are looking to go long something. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. Now, you might say, well, why am I in this short? That's because I will take some shorts, and I will take some trades in the pre-market, but I will take some shorts in the pre-market, especially if a stock is down over 10%. I don't want to get nailed by that uptick rule. So that's probably the only time I really take a short before the market opens. All right, we have a halt. Okay, HUSN just got halted on the way up. All right, so I'm looking at OSCR so far. The the Goldman short or the Goldman price target is not affecting it. All right, guys, see what I was saying about, look at GME. I mean, look at the volume that came in, and it popped, $7 just like that. So that's why you got to be careful. These memers will step in and say, let's have at her for a while anyway. Oh, another one. I'm not in this one, but look at Kaba. Kaba, is this now an all-time low? Almost. Kaba's almost an all-time low. Whoa, now through 9. AD, wow, ADGI. All right, so what is the market doing now? So, the Dow's not down much. Tech is getting, NAS, weighted in tech stocks, getting kicked. Dow's down just a little. SPY's down. So a little disconnect going here, guys. Dow's basically flat. And here's COM. Here comes COM. US Steel having a little pop here. X. Again, it's early. I typically do not trade in the first 15. Okay, so there has been some short covering now at Interactive Brokers anyway. 62,000 shares are now available. So there's been some short covering. Kaba. Man, what a great short this was. I'm not in it. Unfortunately, I'm not in this one also. All right, GRTX, guys, GRTX on the move here. So it is making a strong comeback. That 3 held. 200, the VWAP's 308, so it's a little bit above the VWAP for GRTX. Low float, 11 million in the float. had news. It was phase 3 actually. Got up to $4 in the pre-market. Yeah, fluor moving as Real says, so it got as high as 25.50 or so, dropped $1. They're doing a spin-off, creating going to do an IPO via SPAC. I have to say, this is interesting action with Oscar. OSCR. Interesting action. I would have thought this would hold and then it would start to sink with the Goldman downgrade, but that's why you can't absolutely bank on anything. But look at this. Now this may fade. This may give us a better short later. All right, I'm seeing the massive rally with GameStop. Did AMC rally? Yes. AMC also rallied. The memers are saying, you know what, we're taking a stand here for a while anyway. Another one getting kicked. So what's the volume like now? So the volume's starting to pick up. Still not huge. I mean, for it, 67 times normal, but I'm talking about the GBIO, all-time low, but it's halted. In fact, well, it looks like it's, okay, I guess it just resumed. That little blue dot in IB, which usually indicates it's going to get halted again. And there's Fluor, FLR. CPSH on the move, also a cheap one, low float, 9.8 million in the float. Recent contract wins resulting in FY21 orders to date, 37 million. So they pumped out a little press release on that. Blue from yesterday, BLU from yesterday. What's the low yesterday? It was 720 or so. MX is on the move here. MX, you know, these are all early morning movers. Magnachip, MX. Luxembourg. Wow, GRTX is still. GRTX actually showed up in the option scanner. Nine times normal option activity today. See how well it holds 3. All right, guys. Well, let's see on the GRTX. Let's see if it's got any follow through. It hit 390 in the pre-market. Waiting to see if JRTX has that big pop. Here we go. Let's get into the 30s or something. Again, I'm going to manage the trade, of course. And we have another halt. Oh, the resume for HUSN. They resume for HUSN. All right, so we have a disconnect in the market right now. Dow is up a little, Nas is down. We have a little disconnect. Look at Kaba. Man, that was the one, guys. I might pick between ADGI and Kaba, and I mean, ADGI's been very good to me, but look at Kaba in terms of a short. All right, HUSN, so it came out of the halt. It's through the 200-day yesterday. Look at, I'm going to repeat myself, but look at Kaba. Look at Kaba. Oh, man. What was the news on it? Phase 1. Bad results, phase 1. All right, CPSH. CPSH is another small one. A little bit of a move here. CPSH, another low float. And there's Fleur. Okay, now Fleur is on that 10-day daily breakout. Okay. FLR, spinning off a division, creating an IPO via SPAC. That was their news. And when you look here, the next high, 2508. So that is, yeah, well, of course, 10 days, yes. No, that's months. Next high looking left is 3251 on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but oh man, ADGI, yes. So that's down over $2 from my original short in the pre-market at 1078. I did take a little out at 1040, some at 915, and now I'm holding on. All right, guys, I took a little loss on the GRTX. I'll look at it later. So what I'm going to do for the GRTX is put an alert back up where it was alerted, 317. See if it takes it back later on. Had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. I was hoping it might challenge that 4 level, but nope. Anybody take the cab or short? Man. What a move from here. I mean, 725 down to 460. I agree. I agree 100% on the OSCR. I mean, you have to figure that that Goldman downgrade will take effect at some point. I mean, they've downgraded that to 650. And big was a downgrade also this morning. Just looking at a couple of things that Real has put in the room. All right, what's the high here? Stick an alert around 919 for OSCR and see if it gets down to that level. Breaks free of this. Actually, there's the VWAP, 913. Wow. Anybody try to short this one, ADGI, when the market opened? You know, I'm just, up tip rule, did you get nailed by it, or were you able to get any if you wanted to? Well, this strikes again, guys. I mean, wow. I mean, AGGI right at the open, 956, 826 right now. All right, so what is the market doing right now? So again, we have this disconnect going. We've got the Dow up, Nas is down, SPY is down. Oh, I didn't even see it there. I only saw it at just under, well, you saw where I shorted at 1078. I didn't even see it there. I'm sure the spread was horrible, yeah, as it was moving down like this. This is where I saw it. It's a big pop for GME. You got to hand it to 300. It's a $10 pop. How's AMC doing? So they're trading in tandem right now, GME and AMC. Just waiting for the next one, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown. It was fantastic yesterday. Well, it's just, yeah, it's probably too far gone now. Famous last words, though, Kaba. No, there's GBT. Okay, GBT. Now they've done a financing. Anybody know what the financing price is for GBT? Got to be careful on that because they did do a financing. I saw how much they're raising, but I could 250 million, but I can't quite get a handle on what the financing price is. So how does it relate to yeah, I understand, not stock, but how does that relate exactly, William? Figuring out why it didn't trigger a little bit earlier for the Kaba. Wow. Oh my goodness, ADGI is just getting killed here. Remember I was saying, guys, you got to be careful on these meme stocks. You know, buying can come out of nowhere. Look at GME, guys. I mean, this looked like, I mean, this was down to 127, right back up to 141. And 142 as we speak. So, I mean, this is, I'm not saying it's going to get back up. Okay, guys, GRTX is now back up. Let's see if it can hold here. All right, the GRTX, I'm interested in it again. It's back up to where it was alerted to at approximately 318 from my option scanner. It's been a little bit erratic, of course. GBIO, yeah, let's see, there are shorts available. Yeah, No, that's right here too, for 560. I'm trying to figure out I know you're saying they're not selling stock with the GBT. I'm just trying to figure out what's really going on in terms of a price, and that's a GBT. That's why I held off shorting this one. This one though is interesting still. All-time low, of course. Okay, the GRTX getting again interesting. There's a big bottoming tail right there. There's the VWAP, 309, so it's kind of holding the VWAP. Well, guys, it's been a while since I've taken a breakout, one of the 10-day daily breakouts. I really concentrate on the breakdowns, but take a look at IS. This is it's a blank check. It's a SPAC. Not that interested in it. Boy, keeping an eye on that OSCR. See if that downgrade by Goldman really starts to take effect. Have an alert set down, down here around 9:15 or so for the OSCR. All right, guys. There it goes, GRTX. Okay, now are you ready? Are you wanting to go? There we go. Let's go a little bit further. Remember now, we had a high in the pre-market of around 390-ish. Your Miracle. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's just it's more robust here. I mean, there are a lot more activity here, a lot more posting, a lot more trading of ideas. Okay, that's all. You can stay in the YouTube room if you want. There's nothing wrong with it, but some people want a little more action, so that's why I put that other link in. Yeah, Soly halted, SOLY halted. Wow, on the way up. Big, big halt here, guys. Let's see what's happening with this one. This looks like this was going to be a buyout here. Look at the action. And then maybe the buyout was called off. Merber. I mean, just look at the trading on the weekly chart. It looks like this was a buyout right here. That's an impressive bounce for GME. I mean, I said yesterday to one of the guys that traded this, I said, it wouldn't surprise me, I'm not saying it's going to, wouldn't surprise me though, if it got back up to that 200 level. Again, it just has this, way. I'm not saying, absolutely not saying to buy this, okay? But it would not surprise me the way this thing trades. All right, guys, Oscar's getting close. Here's that VWAP for Oscar. OSCR. My point was, every time you think that these things are dead, they just somehow get resurrected. I actually don't believe that, Grumpy. I don't believe anybody in their right mind believes in the fundamentals. It's just one of those things they're trying to, battle the hedge funds, or they're trying to battle somebody. I don't really. I mean, there may be some deluded individuals out there thinking that fundamentals are good. How about MPC? Let's take a look at MPC. What do we see here? Yeah, so this is, well, obviously it's an oil energy play. The next high looking left is 64.13. It's not that far away on a percentage basis. I just don't, I typically do not trade energy plays unless they've got some specific news for it. So I really have no comment. I mean, it's basically trading normally. The relative volume is 1. But that's just me. I didn't even try to short the Kaba. I just thought way too extended. But look at this. I mean, there's the alert. 447, 407 now. How's the GBIO doing? 560. Okay, so this actually, where did I get that alert? At 560 right down here. So let's see if this takes it out later on. I'm going to put an alert around 578. See if it takes it out later on. Come on, GRTX, just take a big pop. So Solly resumed. Yeah, the volume is definitely, look at that, 120 million shares, only 11 million in the float. 306 times normal up to this point of the day. Man, well, I guess I can't, I'm not going to complain too much missing the Kappa short. The ADGI has paid me handsomely today. Look at this ADGI. Merci, Zach. I just can't get into these longs. I just can't get into them. Now, I didn't see any news on it. Again, this looks like this was a buyout back here. If you can just sort of see the action on the weekly, it started drifting down, and then maybe the buyout was called off. I don't know. Maybe it's on again. Other than that, I can't tell. All right, guys, Oscar's getting closer. It's right at that VWAP, I believe. 917, just at the VWAP. Not loving the action on the GRTX, guys. I'm going to be a little patient on it. Took a small loss my first entry. I'm positive now, but I'm wanting like to see if it can get back into the 340s and move. It's trading like mad. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, so what you're seeing here, these were some alerts we put in yesterday. Okay, this is in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to go over this in a little bit, but these are some of the, I was demonstrating how you can put buy or get conditional buy orders. And they got executed this morning. And so this is what's happening now. All right, guys, I'm out of the GRTX. I'm not loving it. I small gain on it. Not loving the way it's trading, so I'm out of it. Kind of basically flat. Had the small loss, small gain, basically flat. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the market is still, a couple of red bars. Okay, we had a nice green candle here. Just checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Other than, wow, look at this, took out 8 now. Holy smokes, ADGI, what a star. Look at this. I thought 10 was going to be tough. I'm continuing to watch the Oscar, guys. It's just hovering above that, right at the VWAP. All right, so I noticed that the AI got into TMX. Now that's a buyout. All right, it's a combination of cash and stock, so I'm not sure about that one at all. Well, the ISOS is starting to move. It's a SPAC. I just, who are they trying to buy? Bolero? Well, who knew people went bowling still? So it looks like that's what they're trying to do. They're going to be buying a company called Bolero. All right, guys, Oscar's getting closer again. Just underneath that VWAP again, barely. It leaves it behind. Again, I'm only concentrating on this because of the Goldman downgrade to 650. Yeah, there's a Sigma. You guys were talking about Sigma. Went positive. I don't think I saw any reason for the GBAC. Oh yeah, it was negative update. So it was a negative update on their preclinical studies for GBIO. Still have an alert set down here, guys. It's an all-time low down here. Have an alert set down here. See if it does a little ADGI action a little bit later. Yeah, a little neurotic. I just don't like the way it trades, so it's probably going to make a big move without me, but that's okay. What about Nest? I just, saw it in the pre-market, of course. Had that big pop yesterday. I can't remember exactly why. I don't know if it was supposed to be a buyout of some sort or low float. Other than that, I really have no comment. I mean, it's there's the high in the pre-market, right? Pre-market high was 256. So I mean, this is the reason yesterday. Okay, but I mean, did it happen? You tell me. But that was the reason for the pop yesterday, and then it just almost like, no, it's not true. I used to follow, well, used to, I mean, sounds like years ago. Last week, Docu, of course, had the big gap down. Yeah, I'm not that interested. I mean, it's having a nice run, $7 run, but moment of truth for GME, guys. Let's see if this starts to fall again. TMX in the AI doesn't seem right. 1 billion of profit? What do you mean by that? Oh, I see. Aggressive profit. Yeah, you're you're right. You're right. You're right. Something's crazy there. Hey, moment of truth for the GME, and it survived that 140. This is, I'm telling you guys, this has a life of its own. Okay, guys, so as I'm keep eyeballing the Oscar, I'm waiting for a break. I really want to short this one, see if that Goldman downgrade really takes effect later on. And of course, I'm still in the ADGI. No reason for me to exit the last bit I've got. If it gets over 8, I'll be gone. But other than that, so if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I open the room no later than 8 a.m. Sometimes it's earlier, okay, but certainly no later than 8 a.m. now, Eastern Time. I don't get live on the mic until 9. I have to finish my scanning and all that. And we have a promo. Joe Dagger, are you around? Yesterday you were looking for a promo. We have a promo on now. Our Christmas holiday promo is on right now. Jolly 25 for 25% off. Give me a moment as I get this in here. So there's my home page. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, and that tab is available here all in this trading room all day long. If you click on the tab, there's my link. All right, so there's your code, Jolly25, 25% off. Entire year or the first month. So let me explain this. So we have 4 plans. So we have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The premium would be $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Standard would be $10.68 a year minus that 25%. This is what I would do though. If you don't know this program very well, do not take an annual subscription. You can always start off with a monthly, standard $118, $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. But if within 30 days you say, yeah, no, I love this program, I want to upgrade to an annual, within 30 days, if you do it, we'll honor the 25% promo code. So there's no, I know people want to take advantage of a promo because they want to get the biggest discount they can, but it's not necessary. Figure out if you want the program first, and then if you do, don't worry, we'll honor the 25% if you do it within 30 days. Okay? Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription after that, which is fine, this is what you'll pay going forward. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Again, nothing really happening today with it. So on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be at noon. And then all the education that we have. We have a very comprehensive user guide now, divided into sections, but also a full table of contents that is searchable. But if I were starting out with trade ideas, this is what I would do. I'd take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It goes into things like what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, down to Brokerage Plus, okay? So there are a lot of information there. That's what I would do, take the introductory lessons first. Now, today is Tuesday, so Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. I take my break at around noon. Michael will be there between 12 and 1. If you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, maybe automating your own or creating trading strategies, things like that, Michael's your man, okay? I don't get into any of that, but Michael definitely does. So you want to have questions about Brokerage Plus, and again, maybe creating strategies, backtesting them, etc. Head over to the YouTube room. I will put the link in before I take my break. Daily webinars. So we are done this week. There is not going to be one tomorrow. I'm sorry. There was one today. There will not be one on Thursday. Next week, we're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. We're getting close to the holidays. I'm not sure if they'll have them next week, but at any rate, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, Michael Noss. He put this together. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, a great little video series, okay? All free. Now, the only section that is not free, all the scans that I'm sharing. So here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, here's that moving higher with unusually strong options. One I really like. I'm loving the 10-day daily breakdown, as you know. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing. You can kind of pick and choose, see what one might be of interest to you. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market, actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. This allows me to kind of get a feel for what stocks might move once the market opens. Or, of course, moving in the pre-market. So a lot of information, these 2 sections, save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. Give me a moment as I size my window. Yeah, maybe down the road, Commodore. I don't know when it's going to happen. There are more, as they call it, pressing issues that we want to take care of. So I don't know when that insider is going to come back. The problem with it before, it wasn't really real time. And that's what they want to do. So, but I have no idea when it's coming back, Commodore. Guys, I'm telling you, I mean, this just has a life of its own. GME. I mean, I was kidding around with the guys at Trade Ideas yesterday, and I said, as badly as this has been beaten up, it wouldn't surprise me if somehow it got back up to 200 at some point. I didn't mean today, or it's just the way, it's just the nature of this thing. Every time you think it's got to be over completely. But anyway. So what is Trade Ideas? Okay, guys, I'm in that Oscar short. Let's see if it waiting to see if it takes out 9. So what is Trade Ideas? If you're new, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now you'll notice that in my homepage, I have a section on all the scans that I'm sharing. So of course, if you don't want to build your own scans, you can look at mine, and I'm going to show you the other scans that we are sharing. But if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So let's just take a look. This is an example of a scan. This is what it's looking for. You know, stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. So here's the concept. You always start off with filters. And if these filter requirements are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. They are real-time alerts, okay? So if you want to build your own scans, here's the good news. If I right-click on an alert window, click on Configure, and then Search, here are all of the alerts that we have. Just scroll down, 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 down. When you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Now, don't worry. I mean, somebody said yesterday in email to our, it's too complicated. You have too many alerts and filters. Well, here's the deal. I mean, you don't have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, it's that simple. But that's why we have a lot of them. But you don't have to learn them all. So if you want to create your own scans, I mean, that's the great news. You don't have to learn a programming language, and we think we've got enough alerts and filters that can give you the look that you're looking for. Now again, if you don't want to create your own scans, especially at the beginning when you're trying out Trade Ideas, Again, you saw the scans that I'm sharing. And also, if you click on, from our toolbar, click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. These are all themed channels, okay? So if I go to our momentum channel, here's our momentum channel. So here's an alert window that was created. It's called Momo. Configure. If I right click, configure, I can see what it's looking for. Here are the filters. So if you liked it the way it was, like the way it is, now first of all, if you like it the way it is, what you can do is you can save this window to the cloud. And I'll explain why I'm saying that. But if you didn't like it, maybe you wanted a different price range, for example. Maybe you wanted it between 10 and 100. Just very simple to make a change. Say OK. And now it's changed. Now you could save it to the cloud if you want. Now, this is what confuses people a bit. If I go off this channel and then come back, you might say, hey, how come my change is not saved? The reason it's not saved is that the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants, okay? But really all I'm trying to demonstrate is that you can go to the different channels and you can extract windows that you might like, save them to the cloud. I'm going to go to another one, stock surging. You know, the action is heating up right now. You might like this one. We have an earnings channel. Where's that earnings channel? Oh, we have trade the gap. So what I'm saying is you can go to the different channels. You see something you like, you can save it to the cloud. Once you've done that, and you go to our toolbar, file load from cloud, and if you have saved them, you're going to see them immediately. You just highlight, load, etc. Thereby creating a layout without having to know how to create a scan from scratch, starting from scratch. Now afterwards, of course, you can adjust them. Of course, you can make your own scans. But what we're trying to do is make it very, very easy for you. Okay? Martin, do you have the IPO calendar? Because I have no special insight. If you're looking at, do you have the IPO calendar? What does it say? If it's not listed there, then like NVCT looked like it was yanked. So, I mean, if it's not listed there, I have no special insight. Okay, then if it's not listed, then I guess they've been yanked for whatever reason. Okay, so now let's take a look at our AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. All right, I would click on New, AI/Holiday Strategy Trades window. Okay, that's what I would do. I wouldn't concern yourself with anything else and just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Never mind these two windows. They're just, you know, this is the docking version. Obviously, if there's something wrong here, it'd be wonderful this was 1.9 billion. I don't know what happened here. But just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. Here's a stop, and how you manage them will be up to you. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. There was the earliest alert was at 9:40. So what I would do, I would take this window and I would just incorporate it as part of your layout. So if you open trade ideas before 9:30 tomorrow, this window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video that's going to tell you how to trade the AI, all right? Just so you completely understand that. You know, you get an alert, and how you trade it will be up to you. Okay, now a word about this window here that we call Brokerage Plus. And again, if you want a lot more detail about Brokerage Plus, save those questions for noon Eastern. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. He takes over from me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So in the Brokers Plus link that I put in here, there are two videos. The first video is the short video. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade your account. Okay, obviously you need an IB or E-Trade subscription with real-time data, but it shows you how you can trade using this window. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now, also, and really important, this shows you how you can use it for simulation trading, paper trading. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. What you see here are a couple of trades that I took in the simulator yesterday. Okay, and I carried them forward. So that's another way in which you can swing trade, practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, the AI, there's no problem starting with our standard subscription, okay? The big difference in standard and premium is the AI. But it still requires, if you're a beginner trading, it still requires chart experience, okay? So, you know, you can always start off with a standard subscription, and if you want to upgrade later on to a premium, that's fine. So when you say a beginner, are you talking about a beginning user or a beginner to trading? All right, I've got to pay attention to the Oscar as it flirts again with that VWAP. It almost took out that 9, which I think will really get it rocking, but didn't quite do it. So can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. McNally? Okay, so I would take a look at that also, the back to basics, okay, as I posted in the room. Oh, wait a minute, maybe you didn't see it. If you go to my home page and go to the education section, okay, yeah, take a look at that, what Michael Noss did. It's a very short video. Well, there are a lot of videos, but they're very short. And, you know, I think it's definitely worth the while if you're new to trading. I know you say you're 6 months in, but maybe if, you know, he has a different outlook on things, but okay, well, Amiso got just slammed this morning, and that was on phase 1. No, I'm sorry. Amiso got slammed this morning on a termination of an agreement they had with Novartis, NVS. So that was the reason for the big drop for MESO. All right, Oscar, come on. Take out 9. No, I appreciate that, but I don't really mentor. You know, this is the format every day in the room. Well, not every day. I always should qualify that. Monday to Friday. All right, guys. So let's just take a look at. Let's just say I just want to show you how you can do something in the simulator. Let's just say we wanted to take the GRTX, okay? But I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it if it pulls back to say 3, just to show you how you can do things like that. So I pick how many shares I would want, and I'm gonna type 3 into both boxes here. Again, I can't emphasize more. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. I'm gonna click the buy button, and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart. So if GRTX pulls back to $3, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice a pullback trade. All right, guys, court just showed up in the option scanner, but let's take a look left. I mean, it's got some room. I'm always a little reluctant close to a whole number. It does have some room, 1943, but I'm just always a little reluctant to take something near a whole number. I always like to see that break. And if it does break, then you're going to get close to that 1950, which if that weren't there, that'd be awesome. Come on, Oscar, you want to take out 9. I know you do. Now, a couple other things, you know, when you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should have some kind of a checklist, all right? And unless you can check all the boxes, don't take the trade. In other words, you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Most of the time, most of my reasons are satisfied, okay? Because in the filters that I've got, I know it's always going to be in a price range that I like. It's always going to have a minimum volume that I like. It's always going to have a relative volume that I like. So a lot of the boxes are already checked in the scans that I create. So my next step, when I click on an alert, is then because most of my trades are near the low if I'm shorting, or near the high of the day if I'm going long, because I'm a momentum type trader. So then what I'm looking at is, okay, you're at either a new high for the day or a new low for the day. What sort of room do you have on a daily, monthly, and weekly chart? In other words, if I'm going long something, where is the next high looking left, say on a daily chart, or on a monthly chart, or on a weekly chart? If I see a lot of room that a stock could keep running until it hits that high, then it becomes a primo candidate for me. Doesn't absolutely mean I take the trade, because I may get an alert and I may say, 10, 15-minute candles straight up, so very extended. So, I'm probably not going to take that trade. So, but I can usually size this up pretty quickly. And that will get me into a trade. So, again, my advice is to have some kind of a checklist. I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. That's why you have to practice. And always look for reasons not to take a trade. Try to be highly selective. Omar, welcome to the room. And welcome to Trade Ideas. Another thing, if you use our simulator to practice trading, if you cannot make money in this simulator, it's going to be, awful. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be almost impossible. You might make that leap, say, the heck with it. I'm not making money in the simulator. I don't care. I'm so anxious to trade. And you start trading live with like real money. It could be a recipe for disaster, okay? Because if you can't make money in a simulator, it's once you start trading with real money, emotions and discipline really come into play. They don't really come in when you're trading, when it's just play money. So please practice trading. When you take a trade in the simulator, the profit target disappears. Are you talking about just taking a manual? I'm going to get out of these, by the way. I'm just going to show you how. I'm going to flatten these trades. These are hotkeys. Yeah, so I don't understand. So there's some, okay, what I'm going to do, I want to get out of this completely. I should have, I don't like holding over, but so let's start from scratch here. Okay, so what do you mean? The profit target disappears. What do you mean by that? Let's take a look at ALZN as an example. Let's say I wanted to take this trade right now. I'll take 400 shares. I'll buy it at the market. There's only a penny spread. So let's say I want to put a profit target at 350. For whatever reason, okay, I'm just going to add it. And so there it is. So why do you say it disappears? Well, so you notice I put it right here. Oh, I see. You're talking about way up. Well, okay, but it depends on, the size of your chart. So you're not talking about, okay, I see what you mean. Well, it depends on the size of your chart. I mean, and it depends where the profit target is. Okay, so it depends on your stop and and it depends where the stop is because, listen, the profit target is just double the difference between where you enter and the stop. Okay, nothing highly scientific. So, for instance, with GRTX, what this is telling you, and again, this is just a guide. I don't pay attention to it at all, quite frankly, but it is a guide. So let me get another one here. See, the stop must be way down. Let me take another one. All right, so they're saying that if I got into this trade right now at 10.18, my stop is at 10.12. So if you look here, there's the profit target right there. Now it's possible something you looked at, maybe the stop was way down here, and so remember, all this is just double the difference between. So 10.17, the stop is 4 cents. So this is just 8 cents above. Okay. So it depends on what you're looking at, if that makes sense. Oh, absolutely, it's still available. I mean, we just started this today, okay? So there's the promo code, and here's the link they can use. Just go to my homepage and click on Get Trade Ideas. And then use that promo code, Jolly25, for 25% off. Okay, guy. Okay, now this could be interesting. This one, you notice this one. This is an IPO, only 2.2 million shares. The IPO price was between 9 and 10. You can see right there. Boosted, I've heard of them. Not a big name, but I've heard of them. So now let's see if this one has any action today at all. I'm going to stick an alert up in this area. If it takes it out. So guys, to sum up for me, I'm still in my ADGI short. I still have a position left, not as much as when I started, at 1078. This is just an awesome short for me today. Pre-market short, 771 now. And I'm still in the Oscar short. It hasn't done anything yet. Okay, I've got to add a column here, guys. Okay, there we go. Now notice the GRTX. We had I put in a conditional buy order for GRTX at 3, I think. Come on. Or did I take it out? I must have taken it out. Yeah, I actually have it, okay? There's nothing happening in it today. All you have to do is, you know how to flip, Corey? Yeah, okay, that's all. Yeah, so I do have this one here. I just flipped this one. Nothing shaking today. You would think, yes, but nothing shaking today yet anyway. So now, guys, we have no disconnect in the market. Dow is now down, NAS is down, SPY is down. Another red candle here. All right, GME now starting to move down. Come on, Oscar, you can do this. I mean, the market's moving down. Why don't you just move down? Head down to that Goldman price target of 650. MMAT. Well, look at Bitcoin. Okay, Jeff, or who else? What's the price today? No, it's basically flat. So 46. Thank you. Oh my goodness, look at ADGI. It continues. Somebody said to not in this room, guys, but somebody said to me earlier, how can you short something that's already down? I think at that point it might have been down 50%. And I said, well, listen, once this market opens, not everybody is seeing this. And then they're seeing the news, and it can still go down further. And obviously, it did. And look how orderly it is. And I always say this, you want to, copy this, print this chart out, the AG on a 5-minute, even on a 2-minute. Look how orderly this is. There are no wild gyrations, big giant green candles that are going to knock you out of the trade. Yes. Okay, press. Are you? Can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. It's a little bit convoluted. All right. So if you have your Brokerage Plus window open, get rid of it. Just click the X to get rid of it. Okay. Don't worry, it'll all come back. Okay. So now click on Tools from our toolbar. Click on Options. Click on Layouts. And you see where it says Opening Windows? Check Open in Docked Windows. Okay? Open in Dock Window. And then save it. I'm not going to do that myself. But let me know if you've done that. Once you do that, once you've done that, then when you open Brokerage Plus, I don't know how many dock windows you've got, but it'll appear like that floating, and then you can just put it into the dock window. So it depends. I don't know how many dock windows you have. It may, but all you have to do is just say, as you know, just what, like with any other one of them, just right click and duplicate it into wherever you want it to go. Did that do it? Okay, now, next step. Next step. Unless you want this to happen all the time, which I would never want, but you know, it's up to you. Go back to your tools, options, and back to your layouts, and then uncheck open and dock window. Otherwise, every time you open, you know, if you want to load a window, it's going to float around, and it's going to think you want to put it into a dock. Okay? No, I didn't say that, Martin. I said that I get an email. Why would you short something that was already down? I don't remember what it was, but say 50%. Why would I short that when it's already had the big move? And my answer is because it can keep going down. Once the market opens, you know, a lot of people don't see this. But then they read the news and go, wow, that's horrible. All-time low. That's all I did. I mean, I didn't see this. Okay, Oscar. I don't from my notes, I don't think, are you talking with somebody else? I don't, that's a good point, PJ. That's an excellent point. Never really thought of it like that. That people won't do. The reason I do it in the pre-market is you know, I would wait for the market to open, but the reason I try to do some of these shorts in the pre-market, because they're already down so much, is that I know I can get a fill. Assuming my broker has shorts. I don't have to worry about that stupid uptick rule. That's why I do it a lot in the pre-market. Okay, so that was real. So I did not, yeah, I did not say that. Okay, just a moment, please. Yeah, GRTX is a mess. I'm glad you were able to get it. I guess the uptick rule didn't affect you. Okay, so when you say you're new to, are you new to trading also? See, I don't trade. I don't trade. So you're new to trading also. I mean, trading gaps right off the bat is very difficult. You know, I mean, you might get lucky and get. I personally, even though I know it sounds like I'm contradicting myself because I did take the pre-market trade, I typically sit out, 15 to 30 minutes before I take a trade. You know, the gappers are, yeah, they're wonderful when they work on you, but what I see a lot of times is that they just, if you're talking about in the first few minutes, they go up, down, up, down, up, down. I typically sit out at least the first 15 minutes. So that's not a recommendation I can make as a new trader. Okay? Sorry to disappoint you, but there's nothing that I can. I mean, we've got a channel called Trade the Gaps, so you can take a look at it, and you might get lucky every now and then, catch one that just keeps running. But my experience has been that those gappers, especially in the first few minutes, they can gap up and they can gap down, they go up and down, up and down, up and down, and so I used to try to do it. But after, years, but quite a while of, just getting frustrated, especially, for me, listen, trading is obviously highly psychological, and nothing worse than taking a couple of early trades and losing to put a real damper on the rest of the market psychologically. So I just abstain, and yes, people will call out at something that just keeps moving and moving, and great. I've just seen it too many times for me, though. Come on, Oscar, take out that 9. Market's not helping you. I mean, guys, this is the only reason. It's the only reason I'm interested in this one. Initiated Oscar Health coverage with a sell and a target at 650. Now, does that mean it's going to happen? No. But, Goldman Sachs, I think most people have heard of them, so I was just surprised at that bounce. But that bounce gave us a better opportunity to short it at a higher price. So if you're new to trading, I mean, I would, listen, in fact, there was a time where I wouldn't trade the first hour. Now that was a few years ago, but I would wait out the first hour. All right, so you were asking, who was that? Who was asking about flipping my option scanner, so to get the ones moving down. So here's one, VVNT, all-time low. Look at this, all-time low, VVNT. Sorry, Zach, I know you posted something in there, and I forgot to look at it. I think I answering another question. Corey, yeah, so VVNT just showed up. And all-time low. Evercore downgraded them to, well, a little bit late, guys. Target 11 when you're sitting at 780. All right, Oscar took out 9. Now, where can you go? I know Real has been talking about run. Yeah, wow, no kidding. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. Not sure why, but I didn't really see it in the pre-market. You know, I was really obviously, oh my goodness, concentrating on the AGGI. You know, it's a cliche, guys, but you know, all it takes sometimes is one good trade. All right, guys. So I'm in the Oscar short. I'm still in the AD. Oh, man, every time. I'm still in the ADGI short. I think I've got the great sound alert on this one. It's the oink. And if you're new to Trade Ideas, you can put sound alerts on your different alert windows. So you know, so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. All right, this is an IPO, I guess. SIDU or no? Okay, I'm not understanding this. Price is IPO at $5. So this must, okay, I'm not quite understanding this one. SIDU. And it just got halted. Is this actually an IPO? I mean, it says down 78%, so you know something's wrong. Maybe it was trading this symbol some other time. Let me just check my IPO calendar. Yeah, okay. Whoa, look at this. I don't know how I missed this one. Look at this, guys. Ooh. $3,005. $30. And it's halted. Who's behind it? There's that Boosted, okay? There's that Boosted security. So they were the ones behind that one that opened just a little while ago. I can't even remember the name of it now. Now, there was no way to get this. I mean, it opened at 27. But this is, believe it or not, guys, this is no recommendation. If you're new to trading, forget about it. These are the types that can go absolutely crazy. I mean, it's already gone crazy the first day, but it could even go crazier. We have a 30-30. It's incredible how this can happen. What was the other one, guy? Come on, somebody has to help me. I didn't have a thumbnail, and it's not showing. What was the other one that was between 9 and 10 with very, very low? Vine. Thank you. Vine. So what is it doing? Same guys. Boosted. Okay, but it's not doing the same thing as the other one. But this is Boosted also. Have an alert set up here. Very few shares issued. Between 9 and 10 was the IPO price. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about SEAC. Yeah, I have to admit this was an amazing one. I mean, this came from nothing underneath $1 yesterday. I think I got halted around 96 cents. And then it, all right, guys. I don't know if anybody took the, I'm sure Real must have taken the Oscar short. So there's a case in which, reading the news does help every now and then. You heard me talk about why do I care about, upgrades and downgrades. If I see Goldman doing something, I will take a look at it. All right, guys, just waiting on seeing further collapse maybe of the Oscar. And of course the ADGI, no reason for me to cover yet. No reason yet. Okay, well actually look at this, yeah, and it got halted on the way down, I guess. See, this is what I'm looking at right now, 21.91, so that's not good if you got it, but let's see what happens really when it opens. Is this a China company? Give me a moment, I'm just going to take a look at this again. No, okay, I thought it might have been a China company. Raising so little money. Just a minute. I shut down my browser accidentally. Just give me a moment here. All right, I'm back. Can you guys still hear me on YouTube? I accidentally shut down the browser, which included that stream. So let me know if you can still hear me on YouTube. Should be able to. Okay, great, great. I accidentally shut down the browser, which included the streaming. So great, okay. No, I know. I'm talking to YouTube. The main room was fine. It was just our YouTube room. Yeah, I did see that at an aerospace company in Cape Canaveral. I did see that. Let's see where this is going to open. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting, watching this. So there could be some support right here around 856, 850 or so. If you're in this short with me on the OSCR, could be some support right about there. And look at this. It's almost, I mean, remember, this doesn't take into account anything that happened in the pre-market, but it's just 1% above the all-time low. I'm loving shorting these ones that are at all-time lows. I mean, it's amazing. You know, these two, ADGI and CABA. GBT, of course, wasn't. A little reluctant because I just wasn't sure about this financing. Not sure how to absolutely figure out what it meant. The GBIO, though, that was, yeah, that's an all-time low. You know, they don't all work, but I'm going to stick an alert down. I have an alert stuck down here in case it takes it out later on. Yeah, it's a great way to use the price alerts window, okay? Oh, look at Kaba. Oh, you know, you could have shorted it here at 447. I thought it might have been just a little too extended for that price of a stock, but look at this. Okay, so this is what you do. So first of all, you have to have your price alerts window up, okay? So I'll just bring mine up. Okay, so you have to load it. So okay, so if you got nothing in it, then obviously it'll be blank. All you do is just minimize it. Okay, and then when you get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen. So let's do one. Let's take one that just minimize it. And let's see something that's maybe moving a little bit. Watch, I probably pick one that's not going to move. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? The minute I hit the alert. So all I have to do is minimize it. And you can put a sound alert on it. Sort on the triggered time, so you'll see it right at the top. Okay, notice how it changed colors. And I put a sound alert on, I also put a sound alert on it because I may be away from my computer and I've got a wireless headset. So, you know, I know this sound, I know exactly what this sound is. So if I heard that it was downstairs or something, I heard it, I could come racing back to see what that price alert was. Okay? Make sense? Zach, the FHTX. Well, that $20 is probably the area. Did get up, yeah, just got above 20 yesterday, but you know, it's if it can break out of this, I mean, it's still down for the day, but had that little surge at the end of the day. I don't think Jamie is dead. Jamie held that 140. The only reason I bring it up, I mean, this has, you know, kind of has some wild swings here. So it held that 140 level as a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. And the market, what is the market doing? So market's sort of flattening out a little bit here. Tech is, you know, NAS is getting beaten up still. Take a look at the Qs. And what is it doing? Yeah, pretty big level right there, I guess. That 377 level right here. Yeah, ALZN, it is, let's see, what was the high in the pre-market? So it's just about that high, 297 was the high. Next, all right, there's the GRTX again, how it alerted when it hit that price. Using our price alerts, guys, I mean, it's so easy. You saw how I did it. All you have to do is just position on the chart where you want the alert, or of course you can manually do it. You can manually just type in a price. You don't have to put notes if you don't want. The only time I put notes are on the IPOs because I do the work ahead of time. So I put a note saying, telling me how many shares are issued, the IPO price, and also maybe who's involved. Other than that, I mean, it's so simple to set these price alerts. No excuse not to. Wow, just an all-day short. ADGI. All right, guys, the time is 11:30, so I'll be taking my break in about 30 minutes. And again, if you're interested in using this window, Brokerage Plus, more detail, Michael Noss will be in the room between 12 and 1. He uses this way more than I do. And also, he's one who does create strategies and back tests them and all. I don't do any of that. All right, here is the ESSC, okay? So this had a big day yesterday, got up to 1935. It is showing up on my option scanner. The problem I got right now that going long is that you're going against the market. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, I'm not saying that won't work, but you know, you're just kind of going against the market. So even though it's showing up on my option scanner, I mean, it looks awesome. I mean, look, it's an all-time high, right? But all right, guys, I'm just biding my time, really, seeing how far this one, the ADGI, can keep rolling down. So, I mean, you know, this is working. You know, I was reluctant to take it, but it is working. 1999 was the alert in the option scanner. Again, just a word about this. We had a couple questions about it yesterday. The option scanner is not, I'm not trading options. This is just another way of looking at stocks that are in play. Okay, stocks that are having abnormal option volume. Okay, so you can see right there is trading 372% or 3.7 times what it has normally done over the last 10 days. So the filter that I have, it has to be trading at least 300% or 3 times, and with a minimum number of 2,000 contracts. Okay, total. So that's why I see these stocks, and I don't see too many all day, which is exactly what I want. I do not want to see very many. It's a highly selective scan. But it's not a matter, I don't trade the options. I'm trading the stock. But some have said, you know, can help them, you know, at least zero in on stocks that might be interesting to trade the options, if that's what you want to do. I can't attest to that because I don't trade options. I'm on mute. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Pepe. So somebody said starting a crypto trading room. So the answer is no. I will not have a. I suppose in theory I could create a tab for crypto, but that will tug me in a lot of different directions because it'd probably be pretty alive. And even though I don't trade crypto and we don't scan for crypto, I will have to monitor it just in case something happens in there. Oh, I know he's big on crypto. I know, but he's not posting all day. He's not. He doesn't have like a trading room. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we don't have. Yeah, we can't chart it. Guys, between Kaba and man, I'm kicking myself for not taking the Kaba. I talked myself out of it. Okay, here we have another IPO. No, I guess this opened today. Is this an IPO today? TeraWolf. Publicly traded Bitcoin mining company. Environmentally clean platform. That is WULF. So it just started trading today. I have no idea if they're going to raise rates. I don't really pay that much attention. I have no idea if they're going to raise rates tomorrow. Oh yeah, environmentally friendly crypto play, sure. Um, well, look at the vine. Well, that did not. And the SIDU. So the SIDU. Well, this is what should happen. Okay, honestly, I mean, you have how many shares? A couple of million, priced at 5. I mean, it should not go to 30. We've just seen that time and again, though, that they have a life of their own on the first couple of days anyway. And if you can believe it, something like this could have gone to 80 by tomorrow before it finally, fell back down to earth. It just didn't do it. Yeah, so easy come, easy go, guys. I mean, look at this. So it got up to 22.50 and all the way back down to 20. That's why, don't I'll never stop saying this. If you get into any of these types of trades with low floats, to me anything under 20 million is a low float. You cannot wander away from your computer, thinking, all right, I'm in this great trade at 20, and it's gonna, it's up to 24. Let me go downstairs and make a pot of coffee or something, and you come back and this can happen. All right, guys, I'm out of my ADGI as it started to move just in this area here. This is the first little not surge, but this little move up. So I'm completely out of that ADGI short. This will be a good one for the video today. And I'm keeping an eye now on the OSCR short. Now, I mentioned the CPSH earlier today, guys. This is, look at the volume that came in. CPSH, probably a low float. Yeah, 9.8 million in the float. Rising 10% on new contracts. There is some news on this one. Okay, give me one moment, please. Guys, give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And wow, that OS Oscar Tell me real. I know you got to be shorted, right? All right, guys, so it's getting close to 11:47. So what I'm going to do right now, before I do leave, just want to again draw attention to the fact that we do have our holiday season promo code on. And that's for 25% off. And again, my recommendation is, you don't know the program, do not take out an annual subscription, okay? You can always start off with a monthly, and if within 30 days you like it enough, you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 25%. Yeah, I mean, that Oscar has worked out incredibly well, Pete. Just had to wait and wait and wait. It actually worked out better than it had we been able to short it earlier, like I thought. I mean, I was a little amused by this move here. Okay, so when you say in different time frames, so in other words, are you saying you want to like show me stocks that are up a certain percent in a certain time frame, like a 5 or 10 or a 15 as an example? Yes. Okay, good. That's an easy answer. Yes. So if you right click, configure, search. Okay, I'm going to type in change. Oops, if I type it correctly, I know things will come up. Okay, so for instance, you've got the change in 1 minute. You're going to have it in dollars or percent. Okay, and 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, 120. Okay, as an example. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. So I'm also going to put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there, talk to Michael while I'm gone for the hour. And again, he's way more of an expert on using Brokerage Plus and also creating strategies and backtesting them than I am. I don't do any of that. Okay, so with the Oscar, we're running into maybe a little bit of a support area, right? You look at the pre-market, right around that 850 mark. So, I'm eyeballing this. Maybe we're going to cover some. It's up to you, of course, but you just have to look at that chart right there. If it breaks down through there, look out. I mean, I mean, it's basically almost an all-time low, only 1% above the all-time low. Whoa, and there's the GME, guys. Remember I was mentioning a potential green bar ignored? And there's the GME giving up that 140 mark. And we have another one, guys, the BBAI. Let's see from the option scanner. Look out. Wow, we're having some good. The last two from the option scanner have been excellent. BBBAI, I did not take it. 864, 889 now. This is what I'm talking about right there. And you too can have all this. This is all on my homepage. And I bet you, actually, it's not. It's not really that low a float. 36 million. I don't even know any. Oh, this is an IPO a few days ago, I guess. I don't know if this was a SPAC. Yeah, gig merger. Yeah, so this was a merger. So this was a SPAC, and it fell down. Now it's big pop here. Again, guys, just be aware of that 850 mark for the Oscar OCR. I've already covered some, just in case. I'll be taking my break also. I definitely be still eyeing it. I'm not going to really move too far from my computer, but well, for those of you following GME, this looks pretty ominous right now as a short, okay? I'm not doing it. I'm going to be taking my break, but that looks pretty ominous right now. See how the volume dried up? Volume dries up, stock starts to fall somewhat. And let's see. Oh man, now this is honestly this is what should happen. I mean, with this I do, there's no earthly reason why this should have gone up to almost $30. A $5 IPO with 2 million shares or whatever it was. No reason. 3 million shares, I think. I think they were raising $15 million. But later on in the day, I'm going to stick an alert up here. I know it sounds crazy. Around 1937. And just see. I'm sure AMC is following. Not as much as GME. Like, it's not quite the same pattern. I mean, GME had the 3 bars, a little rest, and now this one. AMC is a little more A little, in fact, you know, it actually had a bit of an uptick. How can you not say KC and the band, the Sunshine Band? Here we go, guys. KC, a little bit of a move. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Oops. And there's the Mizo even. Mizo. Boy, do I dare short it. I will have a great break. Almost on all-time lows. So the all-time lows are down here around 312, and there is a low right here of 410. That may stall it. Yeah, I don't think Trade Zero is in Canada. I don't think it is. But I've had all the shorts I needed from IB today, so I'm not going to complain. Remember IGMS from yesterday? IGMS. This is another one that is starting to crater somewhat. Okay, guys, at GME, it looks like it, you know, this is looking more and more like it wants to keep moving down. All right, I think Michael might be in the room. Okay. Okay, thanks, Michael. I'll stop my stream right now.
All right, everyone. Let's start by checking the sound here. I heard myself, so that was good. And following in on the new trend that Sean is doing, I've added a camera. Cool. Okay. So that worked too. I can see myself. Everything is good. So again, what we do here is we open up the chat room for Q&A for an hour while Barry takes a little bit of a break for newer members, newer trade ideas people, or people that have any questions at all. So I will be standing here for the next hour, help you out with whatever you guys need. So as always, the more questions you ask, the better, because we have nothing prepared going into this, because we just want to make sure that there is, a bunch of time open for questions. So my pre-workout. So if I get more and more energetic as the stream goes on, you guys know why. Just want to make sure I have Twitter open here. They usually do a tweet that I should retweet about that. Oh, there we go. There it is. All right. So while there are no questions, you guys are going to have to hear me ramble on about the markets and trade. Start doing what I do. So SPY's down a little bit today. I don't think that's an insanely big deal. I like to open up this doc that I have that just has a whole bunch of charts. Let's put IWM and RSP. I just start filling it out with different QQQ, different ETFs, things that I'm watching just to see kind of what's really going on in the market. I always like to compare the RSP to the SPY. In this case, they're about the same, but the RSP basically isn't super weighted to tech. And then I can do that at any time if I want to get rid of myself. The Qs are still holding, obviously weaker. So it's the little bit of a kind of a tech sell-off. And if we go, was it XLK? I think that's the technology sector for the SPY. That seems to be holding much better than the Qs as well. So that makes me think that if we start looking around, into things like Apple. Is Apple getting hit? Yeah, quite a bit. Microsoft. And that's just because these things make up a lot of the Qs index, and they also make up a lot of the SPY. I think Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all of those things make up like 25 or 30% of the SPY. So often you'll see a big flush, and that's why I like to look at basically these two charts here and here, because they both have the same symbols in them, but the RSP has way more when it comes to kind of diversity across those 500 symbols, and the SPY is like really, really heavily weighted on that. So the fact that the RSP is doing better, I think, is interesting. For me, from a market point of view, I think everything hinges on FOMC tomorrow. I think everyone's kind of taking a break until then. All right, if you had a couple $1 million to put to work, and you could either put it to work today or you could put it to work tomorrow after FOMC, you'd probably put it to work tomorrow. TI Strength is doing really well this week. We've had CNC trigger, and I think IRM was the only one that triggered. And that one's pretty much, it's below where it was yesterday. I took some profits on that today, or yesterday, and CNC I took a little bit of profits on today. I don't think the rest of them triggered yet. Oh no, ANTM did. That would have triggered today as well. Or maybe technically yesterday by like a tick or two. So I got the chat open again. I'm here for support. So if you guys have anything that you need when it comes to trade ideas, anything you're trying to figure out, anything you're confused upon, just trading in general, we can just kind of shoot the shit until some questions come along. Just moving some things around so I can see everything without spending too much time staring that way at that monitor. So let's go down some. So flow here. I got triggered there, which probably means, yeah, I got triggered in my live account over here as well. I really like the look of this one. It was ranked number 1 for a while there on TI strength. Now this one is ranked number 1, but it's an ADR. It's chopping all over the place, lots of gaps, stuff like that. Just not interested. Flow, I really like the look of. Just because you've had this prior highs in through here. So this area has been a big deal, right? And we broke out of it, and then we pulled back to it, and now we're kind of pushing off it, and then it has everything else that takes up and makes up TI strength, so that's good as well. So the game plan is to pick some up, and you can see I have my stop right down here. A run at highs would be fantastic, but what I always try to do is look for kind of multiple times my risk. Again, on this, what you guys are looking at here is a demo account that I do for demonstration. But whenever I see a trade that I want to keep an eye on while I'm here with you guys, I always try to put it on here and on both. So I'm in there. I'm basically using this big green candle that we had yesterday. If we end up closing below or even trading below that, I'm not interested anymore. Move out and go to the next one. So that puts me in at 26.50, and then my stop is 26, say, give or take. So risking 50 cents. So then when I'm looking to see if I can make a buck, that'd be great. Which would get me to 27.50, which would be here at highs. So if I can get there, that's fantastic. That's 2 times my risk. But just looking at this chart, I would postulate that if it is going to take out those highs, it's probably going to continue, right? It's got another high here at 27, so that might be a place for it, but we'll see. My music is being difficult. 1 second here. Let's just lower the quality there. There we go. Is there any difference between the TI strength sent out on Sundays and the one from the daily market scanner? Well, no, other than the fact that the market scanner is being updated every 10 seconds or so. And, the TI strength is done just on Friday's close. So it will be the top 5 after Friday's close. We wait for it to close just because there's some... I want the after hours to wrap up just in case. I don't want to put something on TI on the strength alerts if it looks good going into the close and then it, craters because there's some sort of news or something like that. That would remove it from the list. And then we do some discretionary checks, but nothing insane. It will be like, is there earnings next week? If there's earnings next week, we'll skip it over. Is it, a whole bunch of things in the same index, right? We'll try to make sure that they're from different indexes, but so there may be some differences, but not really. The benefit of the one from the Market Explorer is that it updates all the time. So come the new year, on my personal YouTube channel, I'm actually going to open up an account, which is a retirement account, RRSP we call it here. And the purpose behind that is going to be mainly just to take a section of my retirement account, and I'm only going to trade it from the TI Strength index. And the main reason I want to do that is I want to show what those returns look like, what trading this thing actively would look like. Just dispel any, and I think a retirement account is a good way to do it because with, the strength alerts, you're not going to be, it is the contrast of what Barry does, which is, right, incredibly volatile stuff for insanely short periods of time. This is incredibly boring stuff for a longer period of time. So the people that are looking to become millionaires overnight, this won't be the game for you. But if you're just trying to do what I designed it for and what I use it for, which is just to outperform the market consistently, that's what this does well. And the higher the score, the better for potential buy. Yes and no. It means it's stronger. So yeah, a higher score is technically better, meaning as it's a stronger name. But like any algorithm, you want to put your trading eye to it. Like, so MT technically is stronger than Flow, but I bought Flow today and not MT, right? And the reasons, again, I just talked about this one, although it still looks good, and I could 100% be wrong on this, but it's just because it trades over time for flags with Mike. What do I think that is? Is that like Luxembourg or something? My knowledge, just aside, my knowledge of flags has gotten so much better since Trade Ideas put this in. But yeah, MT, again, you just see all the gaps on the chart, and the fact that from kind of its support, where I would put right there, or a tighter stop would be right there, that's just a bit wide for me. It means I would need to get up here, whereas with Flow, right, I just have a tighter space, more logical space to put a stop. So again, it's just the for me, what is the benefit of, right? So you want to take the algorithm and say, yes, higher is ranked better, but you don't just want to blindly follow an algorithm, right? You want to take your technical analysis experience and your trading eye and everything that you're studying and you're doing to become a better trader, and then you want to apply that to an algorithm to say, hey, if an algorithm is going to give me X, I'm hoping that I can get better than X based off of better risk management or being more flexible for when things aren't working, right? What is your edge over like an algorithm kind of thing, right? So for me as a CMT, which you guys won't be able to see, but it's over there, I've spent many, many moons studying charts, studying the markets, doing that kind of stuff. So my edge is basically that, right? So I used my quantitative skills to build that, and then I popped it up from there. And then I just use my my trading skills for correct placements of stops and things like that, trailing, that type of, because I just don't exit these things after a week like the algorithm shows. If it's working, I'm just going to stay in it forever until it stops, right? Until it gives me a reason to sell. Yeah, like apron, right? I got out right on this day. I don't even know when the algorithm would have told you to get out. Might have actually been better on this one, but you can see this thing just completely fell apart. So that's the the benefit we have as traders, as opposed to like big hedge funds and stuff that take forever to get in, forever to get out. So how do I find stocks trading sideways in a consolidation pattern? So again, it's going to be all time frame dependent, but let's go new alert window, and then under search, you just start typing that. So consol, right? So there, I just started typing in consolidation, and here's the different scans we have. So depending on your time frame, right, these are going to be different, right? So consolidation, this one here is going to be based off the daily time frame, and these two, consolidation and positioning consolidation, are also on the daily time frame. So if you're looking for something that's consolidated for 10 days, you would add in this filter and just put it under, you go add filter, and then you can say like 5, and that means it would be consolidating for 5 days. Now, when it comes to intraday, if you're looking at that, I would take a look at these ones here, right? Because you're going to get alerted not only when it's consolidating, but when it's broken out. The other way you could do it is you could just use the change in filters. So, for example, a change in 60 minutes, if that's the time frame you want a consolidation, if you make that a low number, then it's going to be stuff chopping sideways, right? You can do not only intraday with minutes, but you can do lots of daily time frames. So if you want the change in 5 days to be really, really small, then that will be consolidating for 5 days, 20 days, 1 year. So those are the ones I would look at, is either just type in consolidation and grab those, or go over to the other ones. Hey, Mike C. Yeah, Sean's starting a trend. He has a theory that we're going to get more viewers if we show our mugs, which, I don't think is a wrong way to do it. If you look at all the other popular streams out there, they've got their face on it. So me and him are going to give it a shot, and we may peer pressure the rest of the guys. But yeah, the beard's going nicely. My pandemic beard. But yeah, so for your daily time frames, just pick like how long you want the consolidation to exist and make that smaller, or for just go to consolidation down to this one here, and then you can say how many days you want that consolidation to exist. Would I have to custom code if I wanted something tight? If you want it, so you want it tighter in 5 days than it was in 10, than it was in 20? No, you can do that right with the system. So for that, you want the change in filters. So what I would do is I would make, your 20-day, just pulling numbers out my arse, right? I don't know what your trading strategy is, but make the 20-day like a 5% range, and then the 10-day like a 3% range, and then the 5-day a 2% range, and it will start to instead of change in, you could also do range, right? So if you just type in range, you could do so you could do a 20-day range and say, hey, I want the 20-day range to be 10%. So that'd be from the highest point to the lowest point in 20 days. And then the 10-day range, make a smaller number, and then the 5-day range, make it a smaller number, and you'll get things that are getting more, consecutively tight like that. So that's a good way to do it as well. Another thing to do, and I'm still working on this to adjust it, if you go to the Market Explorer window and you go down to the bull flag, because kind of makes me think that's what you're looking for. Again, I've got some work to do on this, but this will constantly be updated every 10 seconds with things that are kind of meeting a bull flag type of a look. I gotta figure out a way to get those out. It's buyout. Anytime you see just 4 people who are new to trading, if you ever see a stock gap up and then just get super tight like that, I don't even need to look at it. I know it's a buyout. But yeah, so NKTR, right, pop up and then sideways action. Smart, little pop up and then sideways action. So you can go through these and see which of these kind of meet your criteria, but these are updated every 10 seconds as well. And again, I'm not too happy with the output of the scan, so I'm hoping to find some time soon to figure out a way to more robustly find bull flags. And that's right. So there's more and more windows coming out, just in case you guys didn't know, with this this Market Explorer window. So like the gap fill, Andy had this one added, which is 3-line strike, which is a good one as well. How can you add? Oh, Michael, I really like your long-term trading approach. Very refreshing. Thanks. I'm just not good at day trading. I've tried it. I was good back in the day before algorithms, stuff like that. I'm just more of a slow thinker. So, I'm sure if that was my entire focus and if I wanted to focus on that, I could I could make a living doing it, and I have some algorithms that day trade for me. I'm just better at swing trading. I make more money at it, so that's where I focus more of my time. So to add a stop, so let's just grab FLO right here, and we'll just cancel that. So if you right click in the Brokers Plus in the position windows, there's just an add stop order button right there. So you click add stop order and it will just come up with this little box and you figure out where you want to put it. So I'm just going to make this $25.99 and click add. And in a second, I'm running a lot of things, so it's chugging a bit. It will just put out the stop loss order. So that's the best way to do it. You can also, once it's in there, you can right click and if you can modify the stop order. So you can make it bigger, smaller, or change the price. You can also just move the line on the chart. You can certainly do it manually too if you'd like, just with the order entry here in the bottom, right? You can just go and in the stop, leave the prices market, and in the stop area, just type in whatever price you'd want. But easiest way I find is just right click the add stop button, type in your number, you're good to go. Am I gonna have to sit down a minute here? Oh yeah, it's only 1:20. I've been standing all day. Pardon me, people. Hold on. I'm gonna mute it because this might make a hell of a racket. Oh, I was muted. Sorry. I'm seated now. Yeah. Sorry, I said hi back. I just like to load up midday this sector status channel in which I just kind of take a peek. How this works is that each of these boxes are different sectors. So you can not only find out how the different sectors are doing and all of that. We lost sound. It's back now. Sorry, I forgot to unmute when I lowered my desk there. But yeah, it's all better now. Just waiting for people to catch up. But oh, I don't know where my data went. But yeah, this will show you, and these little bars on the bottom will show you how much of that sector is up or down. So like today, for example, financials are doing well. Consumer staple is doing well. Real estate is obviously getting smoked. And then you can go. So if you're a relative strength guy like me, you can go into, let's say, the strongest sector like financial, And then you can click on this and find the strongest stock within the strongest sector. So TRV is, or no, sorry, the strongest sector is staples. So this KHC is a strong stock within the strong sector as well. Right, it's a good way to look at relative strength if that's kind of the way that you like to play. Am I going to be streaming on the Trade Ideas channel regular basis? I do. I'm here for an hour on Tuesdays. So basically, we get a couple. There's a trader each day. For those of you who don't know, we take each day at from noon to 1 Eastern, and a different trader comes on, and we basically just open up the floor to questions. So that's what I'm doing now. So Tuesdays, generally speaking, is my day. And I just come by and I shoot the shit with you guys for an hour, and then back to it. The whole camera thing was started by Sean just to try to get a little bit more personal interactives, right? Rather than setting tops, how do you buy the top from buying strength? You'll never know, sadly. There's no way to know if you're buying the top, or there's no way to know if you're buying strength. Just like with breakouts, right? There's no way to know if that breakout's going to work, and there's no way to know if it's not. It's just kind of one of those things. It's the nature of the beast. You got to have a plan, and you got to have your stops in place, and away you go. Now, what I will say as a relative strength trader is I probably have a worse win rate than a lot of people, but the fact that, when something is strong, it continues to be strong, where you can kind of go through and so when you're right, you're going to get more of a trend in that direction, right? So it's, that's why I never focus on win rate, because I don't care. So it's one of those that, again, you don't know, right? So what I try to do is always pick I never want to buy stuff that's just cranking. So, you could use an oscillator or something if you wanted to have a little bit of hand. You could put on, like, say, the RSI or the Williams R that we have, and say, hey, if it's over 80 or something, I won't do it. That's fine. But for me, it's more of just, if I like it, I'm going to take it. If I'm wrong, I'm going to get out quickly. And if it's right, I'm going to ride it for as long as I can. Right. So, if you zoom out on this CNC, for me as a longer term trader, this might not, for you shorter term whippersnappers, might not be a big thing. But I look at this as, right, we've got a big cup here, and then we got a little handle here, and then it's breaking out into new highs. So I'm buying that, and I've got a tight stop on it. But, I'm not looking for, 5% on this. I'm looking to see if we can get to 100. So that'd be 20-something%. So if I'm risking a tiny, tiny amount to make a huge amount, I don't need to be right very often. And that's usually where I try to position my trading, is that I'm not right very often. So it's good that I position my trading so that I don't have to be right very often. Is it possible to load a layout from the cloud into a docked layout? not from free floating windows into a cloud, into a dock, but once you have the dock set up the first time, which doesn't take very long, then you're good to go, right? You just take your free floating window. Let's just duplicate that into a free floating window. Right, and then you just click duplicate all, and you just put into, let's put it into my many charts dock. And there it is. So all you have to do all that the first time, and then just save that dock, right? Right click on the top. You can pin it if you want so it never goes away. That's what I do. And as soon as you save it to the cloud, you're good to go. Right? You can always come back and get it at any time. So, yeah, you got to rebuild the layout, but you only got to rebuild the layout once. Because, yeah, you're saying you want to go through the layouts throughout the day without losing your current one. But, yeah, you can do that. Just right-click and make sure that dock is pinned. And I'll show you. I'll open up this one. Right? And then I'll just go, I don't know, let's go check out the AI. And you can see when I click, this dock is changing and the rest of them aren't. Right? So I can constantly go through, because when I'm not showing it to you guys, I've got, this thing here on a giant, it's a vertical 34-inch ultra-wide monitor. So I have it just stacked vertically, and I've got all of these charts open, plus I have another dock at the bottom, and then that's the dock that I just channel surf with, depending on what I want to see at the time, right? If I'm looking at the AI, or if I'm looking at, I don't know, I want to check out what Barry's looking at, things like that. So you can do that and have it not change your layout. But yeah, you got to set it up the first time, but it shouldn't take more than a few minutes. So I can look at that for you, but let me actually get you. We have a tool just for that, Chris. We have what's called the stocks like this from Trade Ideas. Let me load that up and give you this link just to, right, teach a man to fish kind of thing. So if we go over here, right, you can type in, for example, your ESSC, and then whatever date you're looking at and whatever time frame you're looking at, and click submit. I just did 9:30 Eastern time, and this will show you what all of our filter values were at that time. So you can go through and look and see which one it's not, which one is getting filtered out, because that's the only way it's not showing up, is you have something, a filter that's being removed from it. So now we can do that exercise live. You just got to tell me what scan you're looking at that doesn't have it. Like, if it's a doc scan, great. If not, you'll have to send that into support, because I don't think you guys can send links into chat. How do you set up a doc? Pretty simple. You just go new, and then you go docked window. And there you open up your dock, you name it whatever you want, call it test. And then the beauty of it is you get some docked windows instructions right inside here that will just walk you through step by step exactly how to do it. Easiest ways is you can take something that's already free floating, and if you right click in it, so let's do that again. I'm going to move this. You right click, duplicate in a free floating window. Yeah, topless scan, but you need to know what topless it is, right? And your filter values, because one of your filter values are filtering it out. So I would, again, go to that website I got you, put in what time you think it should have triggered, what it is, find the filters that you have in, and find the filter values on the other one. Um, so now that I have this window open, I can right click on it and you'll see all these duplicate options in it. So if I duplicate this into test, it will go right here into this test window. Right, so now I can duplicate a chart in there, and we'll put that into test. You see there's a chart there. Let's just drag that, boom. And then you have a chart there as well. Right, so now I've got this dock that right now just has this window and this chart in it. So that's how you do that. I'm trying to find stocks that look like Pfizer did in pre-market many days ago. I'll look at Pfizer in the 15-minute chart, but again, you need to quantify these. You can't just go looks like this, right? Because unfortunately, that's just not how scanning systems work, right? You need kind of the math behind it. So you're just looking for a stock that's for the previous 5 days after pulling back from highs. Well, if you're looking for stuff pulling back, what I would do is go and look at our consecutive. Right, so you can have consecutive any of these candles. So for example, you could put for the daily chart, if you want it pulling back on the daily, you can add this filter in and make it a negative number. So if you make it like -5, it will mean that the stock had to have been down 5 days in a row. If you're looking at the 15-minute, you can also use that and put that as negative in. But it's just one of those things that if you don't quantify it, then it's hard, because what I may be looking at might be different from what you're looking at, that kind of stuff. So the pullback's easy, but just trading within a range of a price range. On the 13th, it was nowhere near 51 on the 15-minute chart. Oops. Maybe on the daily chart. So yeah, if you wanted it like this nice pullback, I would use that consecutive days filter and just look for stocks that are down X number of days in a row, and then whatever else you need with it, right? No, we have no plans of adding that level in, because it's right in the scan itself. You can add that in as a feature request if you want, but I don't know if that would be super high priority. Right? Because if I'm just looking at an alert window, it's going to tell me I don't have a scanner for pullbacks. Iris, what does your trading plan have that you want as a scanner? Yeah, I would just email into support to see if they can take a look at that for you. But yeah, adding that to the chart I don't think is a huge priority, especially with the people who already use our smart risk levels and everything. It would kind of clutter things. It won't be the key to happiness anyway. I don't like those smart risk levels. Yeah, if you let me know what your written trading plan's looking at for pullbacks, I can help you try to build one. Because of course, right, you start with a trading plan first. You have that written, you have that tested, you've done that work, and then you look for a scan to find that, right? I know you've heard the speech before, but I just like to give it for everyone else. the people who do it that way are successful, and the people who say do it the other way, who just want to scan and have that scan make the money, they don't. They don't last very long, sadly. So yeah, I would just email in that consecutive candles thing. I don't know. I'm not really gonna see. For me, I wouldn't use something like that because it's already on the chart. I guess if you really wanted the count of them for some reason, that might be important, but I just don't know how that would be more profitable. Yeah, because the problem with just giving a scanner for pullback is, right, what time frame? What do you consider a pullback? Where does the pullback happen? How long do you want the pullback to be? What do you want, right? And these are all the hard work things. For example, stocks that went down. Yeah, I'll show you how to build that for sure. So again, just duplicate it here. If you want a stock that went 7 days in a row, you would just configure that and you type in consecutive. And if you need, I can send you over the intro course as well that will go through this. So consecutive days, you'll go add that filter in and then just go -7. But then the problem is, right, what else do you need? Like, what kind of, is that all you care about? Because, stock could be going down 7 days in a row and be hitting new lows, or it could be hitting new highs and then pull back to 7 days, or it could be 7 days and down a lot, or it could be 7 days and down a little bit, right? They could be little days, or they could be big days, or they could be, right? So you really need to, there is not a scan to make money. There is trading plans that make money and scans that help you find the stocks in those trading plans. For the volume, the increased volume, I'm sure you know about our relative volume thing. So I would just put in relative volume, and then whatever you consider based off the trading plan that you work so hard on, high volume, right? So, if your trading plan has a 2 relative volume, then just put a 2 in there. If your trading plan has a 10, then put a 10 in there. But again, that's stuff that is going to be unique to every individual person. Yeah, you can have this one. Again, it might not make any sense to you, but there you go. But this is going to be awful, just FYI, because that doesn't look to me like you've built and tested a trading plan, but you just want stocks that are down 7 days in a row, which, again, I don't think is going to be the ticket to wealth, but I'm going to save this, load this up quickly and save it, because I'm going to, yeah, okay. Well, I guess I can't. I'm getting an error. So I'll just show you the things. I'll just show you what to put. Again, you want it stocks down 7 days in a row. These are the only 2 filters in it. I'm getting a little bug, but again, you've been around enough that you know how to do this stuff. So down 7 days in a row with -7, relative volume at 2. Your 1 scan that's on it. So I'll load this up to see if this met your trading plan that you've worked on. It's got this one name, and it's a preferred share, so be careful with that. There's one thing I can guarantee you, and I know you're in here a lot looking for scans. Scans are not the ticket. Scans are not the... There's not been a single book written about a trader who's like, oh, I just made a scan, then I made a bunch of money, right? So make sure you're doing the work on the trading plan side of things. My trading plan is like a 20-page document, right? This is what you're looking for. This is when you're looking for. This is how you're looking for it. This is when you enter. This is when you exit. This is, right, why you would exit an emergency. If the stock gaps down, you do this. If this gaps down, you do this, right? And it's just one of those things that, like, again, you either do the work and you build the trading plan, and that's great, or you don't, And yeah, I just mentioned that I'm having a bug and I didn't share, but I gave you there's 2 filters in it. So you can take care of it from there, right? You know how to find the consecutive. If not, if you haven't gone through our basic training, let me see if I can find you our intro plan that will allow you. So the 2 filters are consecutive days down, 5 minutes, and 2 relative strength. And it's an awful scan. I don't recommend you using it, but it's what you want it. But let me get you our intro course, just in case. I would imagine you know how to build those, but if you haven't, this intro course is phenomenal. It's 4 hours long, and they go through everything you need, right? New data provider is fine. I got no problems with them. I have data I can find for things on my trading plan. That's all I need. And I know some people are a little bit more pickier than most. I'm really just I'm a very much a stickler to this is the plan that I built. It took me eons to build it. So all I'm going to do is absolutely nothing but what's exactly on that plan, and everything else for me is kind of a distraction, I guess. Anytime that I have not trading that plan, I'm just trying to build new plans, new setups, stuff like that. So I'm not really like super picky on every single data point and whatever like that. But for me, it's great. I know what the last price is. I can scroll through my TI strength, and that seems to work pretty well. And again, I think for a lot of people, just using TI strength would be a great way to do it. Keeps you out of bad stuff, right? Keeps you out of danger. Well, that's fairly dangerous, so I'd be careful with that. But in most cases, it's going to keep you in kind of nice, trending, consistent names. But again, that's my... Oh, Jesus. I clicked on the wrong thing on Twitter. What new features of trade ideas would I like to add? I don't know. For me, it's about if I come across something in a trading plan that I've built that I cannot scan for in trade ideas, that would be something that I'd like to be added. I can't think of anything offhand, but for me, it'd be crypto if I had to pick something. I don't think we have any plans for that, but just because I can apply a lot of the same trading plan that I have for stocks, I can apply that to the crypto space. So I would like to be able to do that. I'm sure it's on the list somewhere, but it's just the question of when or if it makes a priority, right? There's so many things that everyone wants that we can go from there. But for me, I'm pretty content. Right? I'm not an over. I find the ones that have the hardest problems with trading are the overthinkers, right? The people who are, they're trying to find the thing, right? So this is why I always recommend for a trading book, even though it's not an actual trading book, is just a book called Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect. And, long story short, it's just saying that if you're trying to be perfect on every trade, you're just like if you were trying to hit a hole in one in every hole, you're gonna have a bad time, right? You're better to find something that makes sense to you, that works for you. That's why I always harp on a trading plan, because again, I've never met a successful trader who doesn't have a trading plan, like, period. And then understand what the limitations of that are, right? Like, I know my trading plan is going to be wrong. For me, it's about 40 to 45% of the time I know it's going to be wrong. And so for me, it's just saying, okay, just, sticking with that even when it is wrong. And that's the importance I always talk about of building your own plan as opposed to being lazy and trying to use someone else's, is that I know the limitations of it. I know when it's going to work. I know when it's not going to work. I know all of those things, and I don't have to think about it, right? I know that if I just continue to kind of stick my head down and trade my trade, then eventually things will work out, and so far they always have. Good is the enemy of great. Yeah. Well, it's really, it's one of those things that there's just too much overthinking in this game, I think. Again, everyone there's and I'm guilty of this as well. There was a lot of it when I was a new trader where um the you just trying to every time you get like a bad string of trades, people will jump ship onto a new trading plan, and it's like that I think is more harmful than anything else, right? Find something that makes sense to you, and then move from there. Like this, kind of what you're looking at on the screen right now, from a trading point of view, this is all I have open all day. This is it. Nothing else to it. And then I have all of these charts. So for me, I just want to be able to keep an eye on kind of everything I have or everything I'm watching. And then that's it. And then at night, I open up a different layout, and that will have all my nighttime scans on it. But it's still incredibly simplistic. You know, keep it easy, right? Keep it simple. Even software is not trade idea any that scans for chart patterns from a visualization point of view. No, well, not that I know of. And the problem with that, Bill, is that when you're just saying, "Hey, I want a bull flag," and this is as the guy who's building the things for the Market Explorer, I'm finding this more and more. Um, the Everyone will look at something differently, right? Like if you say, "Hey, this is a head and shoulders pattern," trying to find something that meets that criteria that would work for everyone just doesn't work, right? Because everyone's going to interpret chart patterns completely differently. Again, another, feather in my cap for why you've got to build your own plan. Because, right, you say, "Hey, this is a bull flag." Someone says, "No, I want my bull flags to have 2 weeks worth of data," and someone says, "No, I only want it to exist for 5 days," and "Oh, I don't, I want it slanted down versus horizontal, or I want it wider versus thicker," and it's just all um, incredibly complex and incredibly subjective. So, right, I want to make it mathematical and say this is what I want to exist. I want it to go, I want a consolidation to last for 2 weeks, and then after a 2 week consolidation, I want it to close outside of the consolidation by half of an ATR, and then after that, I'm going to buy the next day if it breaks. Right, everything's got to be quantitative, and then once you have something quantitative like that, then you can apply your trading eye to it and say, okay, um, you know, now it's time to go in and do the fine comb. So, for example, for me, when it comes to trading TI strength, I generally enter on a break of a prior day's high. Right. And if I go down to like NUE, for example, I like the look of this NUE, especially if I go out here to a weekly chart, right? How strong this thing has been recently. It's above the moving averages that I look at. And right. So I'm looking for it to take out today's high tomorrow. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, let me put a price alert on there. And that's my way of entering. But, someone else may look at it completely different, right? I am haunted at night knowing there are charts that fit my plan, but I cannot find them. Yeah, don't be. That's something you'll get over quickly, pretty quickly in your trading career. Um, just like I talked about how you don't want to go for a perfect trading plan or strategy. At the same time, the you want to make sure that you understand that you will always miss trades. Always. Just, I don't care who you are. You will always miss trades. There will always be that one stock that, oh, if I had bought it here based off of what I look for, that would have been great and I would have made a bunch of money. You will always miss those. It's just going to happen. But next day, the market's going to open. There's going to be new ideas. There's going to be, something else to trade. And you're going to take that trade and you're going to miss 20 other trades. And again, it's just the nature of it. If you went fully automated robotic, you're still going to miss them because sometimes you won't get filled. Sometimes they'll gap through your entry. Away you go. Try to spend as little mental energy and as little mental capital as absolutely possible on that kind of thinking because it's not going to serve you, right? When I mentor traders and everything, one of the first thing I do is look at their layout for how they have, their trading setup laid out. And most of them have like 100 scans and different charts and blah 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 and like everything everywhere, and it's just too much. And it's like the more you try to see, the more you'll miss. So for me, I sit down every night, I take about an hour, I go through a handful of scans that I've built over the years, and I probably go through a couple hundred charts a night. I mark up my levels and then I move on, and that's all there is to it, right? It's trading is very much one of those things that less is more so than in anything else that I've ever done in my life, right? It's your entire work should be on your trading plan. And then after that, things are should be pretty laid back and boring, right? So, do I use robots to trade crypto? No, I use a lot of stop limits though. So if there's like a crypto that I'm looking to break out of this level, the exchange that I use will allow me to put out a stop limit to say if it gets here, buy it. And then if I get filled, put a stop loss here so that I can set my areas that I'm looking to trade and then move on. It's the same thing I do with Brokerage Plus, right? So, or with Trade Ideas. So, for example, say the day closed, right? My rules are if I like a TI strength setup to take it over yesterday's high, I'll just do the same thing where I just kind of click on the chart and it's going to put out in a second, there it goes. It will put out a stop limit right here above the high. And then I'll just kind of move my stop wherever I want and then I'm done, you know. If you guys want to know more about me, I'll just type hey. You can click on my name there and that will take you to my YouTube channel, and I've got tons and tons and tons of videos and content and stuff like that. We've got a free intro to trading course on there as well, which is also on the Trade Ideas website. So, just go there, check it out, and then go from there. But again, if you're having too many scans, just get rid of them. Like, even someone like Barry, who's a pretty hyperactive trader, a lot of his stuff comes from like one or two scans, right? A lot of them come from his options volume scan and his watch list. I'd say if you ask him, 90% of his trading comes from those. So, make sure that you're kind of following those people who are like, yeah, this is really calm. Focus on whatever your best setup is. And if you're not, again, if you don't have a trading plan and you're not recording it, then you don't have a best setup. So start with a trading plan, record every trade you make, right? Develop that trading plan, and then you'll have a good example of these are my A plus setups. These are the ones that make me the money. And then just kind of focus in and focus in and focus in and understand that stuff's going to be boring, right? Does Barry's watch list update automatically? He does it manually, but then if you're using this layout, you will get it as well. So he every night updates that in the back office, and then it gets pushed out. So like he had this ESSC thing, And again, he had this based off of something that he did the night before. Probably it was this big candle on lots of volume, but then that gets pushed out to you on your own. So I'm actually asking him if he's home now as my dog freaks out. Sorry. I apologize for any other dogs that got triggered by my dog. So I just typed to Barry just to see if he's good to go. All right, he is good to go. Again, thank you everyone for coming out. New trader here is every day. New trader is here every day. So come on by and get different points of view of everything. And I will talk to you guys soon.
Boy, Oscar continues. I wonder how close it's going to get to that 650 target from Goldman. Just interesting that this happened at the beginning of the day. It's always interesting. Like, why? ESSC, yeah. I mean, look at that. Right from, I mean, this is this is probably going to go negative. I'm not going to tell you, Zach, but I will. No shorts available for me yet at Interactive Brokers. Not that I could have, I was in the middle of my break, so I wasn't going to do this. I wouldn't have done this anyway, but my guess is that the option scanner has, produced some good ones very briefly. You can't, it's hard to go against the market right now. Meanwhile, I'm not in it anymore. My goodness, look at this ADGI. A little just got out. Covered my last bid at around 720. Around 720. You know what, guys? GME has a little bit of a resurgence in it. I thought this might have been it for a while anyway, but not really. Boy, Kaba. I mean, look at these percentage moves. I mean, this is what it's all about. You get into Kaba. I did not. This is the one I did not take. But Kaba, I mean, 447, 356. Look how orderly it's been. I mean, look at it. There's just a little pause here. Even on a 2-minute chart, just you don't see some giant green candles which whip you out of a trade. So 4 out of the 6 of these, the GBT I would have probably discounted anyway, just because I wasn't understanding this financing. The only one that didn't work really, in my opinion, was the GBIO. And it may start working later on. It is still an all-time low. And, it didn't, 560, but, it actually had a little bit of a pop-up. I mean, they're not all going to work, but Meanwhile, the Dow now there's no disconnect now, guys, in the market. The Dow is down big, pretty big. Nas, of course, is getting thumped. SPY's getting thumped. There's no disconnect like we had earlier on in the day. For fun, let's take a look at the sector status. I doubt very much there's one, maybe utilities. Well, let's take a look. Try to remember what it looked like about 10 minutes before the market opened. And the answer is, you know what? Actually, it's funny. Energy has actually recovered. This was only about 2% of them were up for the day. So energy has actually kind of recovered. And financials even. Because I think financials were, I can't remember exactly what, but I do remember that the energy sector was only about 2% of them were up. Communications, you know what? These have recovered somewhat. It's interesting because I remember communications, 100% of them were down. Not that this is a big deal, but I mean, and the same I think with no technology. I can't remember, but I know that this was 100% down. Communications about 10 minutes before the market opened. I'm not in the meso anymore. I mean, but you know, I mean, there is not quite an all-time low. There is your all-time low is down around 3. There are big news, of course. Some kind of a deal they used to have with Novartis. Novartis has terminated that agreement. Wow, Oscar. Most of it the night before, Bill. I do add some things in the pre-market, but most of it is the night before. I was asked when do I update my watch list. So again, you know, Oscar is a classic example of why it is important to sometimes to pay attention to what Goldman is saying, especially on the short side. Whether you think Goldman is, it doesn't really matter what your opinion. It's what I mean. Goldman is he's got clout. It's all you can say. He's got clout. I mean, the firm has clout. He calls it riveting, like watching a movie. It's a good move here. It's a good little move here. Has it gone negative? And the answer is wow, no kidding. Look, Fantastic. Fantastic short. Oh my goodness. $10 short. All right, guys. Well, just kind of biding my time here, not getting too many new alerts. Other than, so here's a short here. So we on the long side at 19.99 from my watch list, 19.99. I'd say that's pretty good. Got up to 26 before it really started to crater. And then on the short side, well, it's just showing up now on the short side, 15.17. Yeah, I mean, the other one I was watching in the pre-market didn't really do too much. PL. This was another earnings play. Just got creamed here, down 18%, but really was more choppy than the other ones. So this one actually showed up on the moving lower with unusually strong options on the way down at 1748. All right, MX. Let's see, what sort of room does this have? Yeah, I mean, I look at this MX, I know it showed up on the option scanner, but first of all, till we get a bounce in the market, like a sustained, at least 45 minutes to an hour of some green candles, I'd be really reluctant to take anything long. But also when you look at MX and you look left, there's the high, 1818, not far away. So it's got to get through that whole number, plus 2 days at 1818. To me, the odds just aren't in our favor. So even though it shows up on the option scan, doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. Got to analyze it. Hellbiz, you guys have been talking about this one. This resumed, or got halted, resumed, halted, resumed. This is this Italian streamer, I believe. Yeah, unfortunately, that little jog right there got me out of it. Oh, the ADGI. I actually thought I actually was thinking maybe it's going to be a nice bounce play, but not really. And look at Kaba. I mean, Kaba and ADGI. I don't really remember seeing this one in the. Oh yeah, I do. Right, phase one. Bad phase one data. Bad phase one data for Kaba. Oh, now I'm a little jealous. You guys who shorted this one. I even had, I just wouldn't have seen it because I was on my break. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much, but I was on my break when this happened. Well, guys, I mean, there's really, if you won't short, I don't know what to say. I know there are a bunch of you out there that say, I don't want to short. I've heard it's really risky, etc., etc. Now, there might be some legitimate reasons. Maybe you're trading in the States. I guess you have some accounts you can't short in. But if it's just out of fear or something else, practice in the simulator. And when I hear people say, I don't understand shorting, I don't understand it. Just think of it, you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. You short a stock, you hope it goes down. That's all you have to know. I mean, really. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts. Maybe. This was a messy one. Now listen, this one, I mean, it could later on in the day, if it gets back over say 320 or so, it may have a run in it. So I'll stick an alert around there. 320 for the GRTX. I mean, you can just sort of see, I mean, look at it. I mean, look at the room it's got, obviously. There's a 200-day way up here. So, and what was the news again? Phase 3, so positive phase 3 results. So, guys, those of you with interactive brokers, when you put MISO in, are you seeing anything for the bid and ask? No, I'm not talking about here, but in your, for some reason it's blank. But in the bid, literally in the bid, I'm not talking about time and sales. I mean, I do see it here, but it's just blank in the bid and the ask in the order entry area for some reason. Because I'm looking at reshorting this, maybe. MISO, M-E-S-O. Really, not blank in the bid ask. Interesting. Every other stock is showing up. Just the MISO. It happened when I covered it, but right around 4. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't think I've ever looked at a scan from Zach. I don't think you normally pop your scans in here. Let's take a look at what Zach does. It seems frozen, yeah. This is just a scan, right, Zach? It's not a layout. Make sure before I try to load it. Maybe Zach can't hear me. So it's just a scan, it's not a layout. Oh, he did say it's a layout? I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, thanks. All right, little drum roll. Zach scan. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it's an RSI. Take a look at what he's what filters he's got here. All right, I like the price range. Good volume, 2-minute range, at least 15 cents. Okay. So the stock is down 3%. So this is an so you're looking for a dip buy. Okay, yeah, because these are all low RSI. Okay, so you're delaying it to 10 minutes after they open. Okay. You have a reverse. So now you're looking at maybe a little dip buy here. Now you don't have the price in here, is that right? Oh, I'm going to put the price in. I'll even put the volume today. All right, let's see what happens here. So let's just do something a little, we'll duplicate it, and then I'm going to flip it and check it on the upside. You probably have done that, but let me just do it. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, there might be something going on. I was just trying to short that MESO at 395. When I tried to short it the first time, I think it was at 428, had a fill no problem, even though it was down. Even though it was down way more than 10%. Right now, I went in at 395. I saw some action at 396. I mean, I understand the way it works, but not getting a fill. I don't know if it's because on mine anyway. There's no bid and ask other than here. There's no bid and ask in the order entry for me. So I'm not going to mess around. I don't know what's going on. And there are 40,000 shares available, so that's not the issue. Yeah, so Sam, I was able to short it easily before, but I just don't want to screw around. If something's going on with my account for MISO for some reason, I'm not going to mess around with that, just in case something crazy happens. I'm sure you asked that of Michael Autolycus. Ooh, guys, this one now. Look at this. This is getting interesting. This is, the alert happened at 560, and it actually moved higher, but it's getting closer to that 560. Let's see now. Put an alert at 560. See if it takes it actually 555. So I'm sure you asked that of Michael, right, Autolycus? But you know me, just I have no idea if it'll ever happen, but send it to info@trade-ideas.com. They're not really into adding many more new filters and things like that, so. Okay, so pinning the new dock window does. Okay, so you can do things like this, okay? So I can create a window and I can put, I can group things together that I want. Obviously here are my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. It's not mandatory to do. It's a nice, visually it can be a nice presentation. I've done this with these guys here. I've done this with these guys over here. So you can move everything to one monitor or the other if you want. Things like that. That filter is gone, long gone. Yeah, our agreement with Stockwitz came to a screeching halt. Quite a few. It's got to be over a year now. So that's what the docking window does. Okay, you don't have to do it. The main reason for docking is to be able to click on new and then dock channel bar. That's the main reason that people take advantage of. Because before, when you would go to a channel and you clicked on a channel, your layout would disappear. So it was really, people wouldn't do it. I mean, maybe they do it once, but if you want to do some little channel surfing during the day, see what else is happening, maybe your layout is not giving you too much. So you want to head to another channel. You couldn't do that. Oh, you could do it, but your layout would disappear, and then you'd have to bring it back and all that. So a little bit convoluted. Now with the docking channel bar, you don't have to do that. And if you pin if you pin it, But you're new. I want you to forget about pinning, okay? Pinning, you don't have, like, pinning would only be if you actually created your own channel and it was up here, okay, and you wanted to load it. Then if you create your, other than like all these, you don't have to worry about. But if you created your own channel with a layout up here and clicked on it, if you don't, if your docked channels are not docked windows are not pinned, they would disappear. Like, you're too new. I don't even do it. I mean, I think it's I don't see the need in it. So when you're new like this, I wouldn't concern yourself with something like that. Yeah, I never use them. I never used the stock twits alerts. I never used, ever, not once. I'm not saying they weren't good, but I just never used them. I think CNC is one of those ones from the strength alerts. Is that right? I think so. Yeah, obviously a pretty good one. Expensive, but it has definitely bucked the trend for most of the day. So Zach, I see from your scan, skin is showing up. Let's see now. 1749 is the low here. I see spear. I do see ASPIR also. So what would be your plan on the skin? Just kind of keep watching it for a while to see if it bases at all. I mean, it's already has a bottom. That's only 10 cents though. Like, how would you? This is, this is way out of my not comfort zone exactly, but see, I look at this right now, and I see a lot of resistance right around 2186. So this would have to fall a lot further, in my opinion, right? Otherwise, even if you got it, if you decided to take it right now, you're only looking at about 30 cents on a $21 stock. Oh, you're tormenting me, ADGI. What a wow. Well, I did my video on ADGI, so people who are going to watch it later on in the day, maybe they're going to see this one. When I was doing the video, I think it was at just over 7, so Well, I can't. It's hard for me to tell you that because you're going to have to reduce the number of alerts that you or scans that you have. I don't know how many scans you've got. I would probably only stick. I mean, again, I don't know how small your screen is, but I would only maybe stick to two or three, and that's it. Now I can't tell you which ones. I the ones that work for me. Are these the daily breakdown and the option scanner, but it's hard for me to tell you what you should be doing because I don't, you have to figure out your trading style. But I will say this: I would probably, if depending on your screen size, probably not have more than 3 trade ideas windows. So there's no such thing as a head start because it really is going to depend on what you get comfortable with, how you see how you're going to be a trader in the future. If you want to be a momentum trader, then you're going to be looking at stocks making new highs or new lows. But you could be a pullback trader. You don't know that yet. I get it. But take a look at this one maybe, the 10-day lately, these two maybe, and maybe the option scanner. But again, those are momentum trades. These are stocks making new lows or new highs for the day. The other thing, before you do anything, before you commit money to the market, practice in the simulator. So guys, the only thing I'm in still is the Oscar OSCR. No reason for me to get out yet. Just waiting to see if it keeps inching its way down. All right, now the SEAC just showed up in the option scanner. So the next high is 175. Obviously, you don't take it if you're going to take it at all. Excuse me, unless it breaks above that high of yesterday. It's not a crazy low float. December 14th, post market. So in theory, I don't know if that's correct, but we're saying they have earnings after hours. That doesn't really matter. So we're not holding this or anything like that, but maybe the bets are being placed that somehow they're going to release. Remember, this was a 70 cent stock yesterday, so I don't expect anything earth-shattering from their earnings release. But the other thing is looking left on the monthly chart. The next high is 250, a little over 2. That's that candle right there on the weekly, probably the same. Yep. Yeah, I would say yes, Zach. I could definitely see that. I've always, bounce plays always will work better if the market is, moving in your direction. For me, it's pretty tough to commit to a bounce when the market is. I mean, it's flattening out a little bit here, but there's just this negativity right now. All right, this is BKSY. What are you doing? Black Sky Technologies, another one, all-time low. All right, guys. Well, here's that crazy one, SIDU, and it just got halted on the way up. All right, so this is the IPO. Very few shares, $5 IPO price. Let's see if this does the crazy now. Oh. Ah, too bad. I just can't get that short here, so I'm not going to worry about it. But there's the meso. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. guys, I'm back, and what do we have here? So the SIDU resumed. Did it rocket up? Not yet. No, it doesn't look like. Tough spread right now too. All right, guys, it is Tuesday, so today is marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so I'll be heading there, of course, to keep the room open. All right, so there's your apron showing up, Zach. I know I can't remember if you're still short this. This was sort of a swing short for you, I believe. So the next low looking left is 732 where it is. I don't know if, I can't remember if you're swinging, yeah, a short swing. So this is showing up, I know you know that, it's showing up on your potential little pop. You don't see the spread on TIJ, okay? You see it on, your broker will have the spread, okay? Your broker has the spread, okay? I'm just looking at that. That's Interactive Brokers right here, but your broker has the spread. Now, if you were connected to an IB or E-Trade account using this, I believe maybe you have the bid and ask you can put in here. But I mean, when I'm trading, I mean, I'm looking at my broker and I'm seeing it immediately. No. No. No, I'm not going to swing it overnight. You know, I may have, though, if I hadn't done this, that kind of threw me for a loop, to be honest. I mean, that opening 15-minute candle that just had it rocket from 844 up to 958. Wondering why did that happen? No, I think if in Brokerage Plus you can put the bid ask in here if you are, but it has to be if you're attached to your IB or E-Trade account. Now you have a spread filter with Trade Ideas, but that's not the same thing. Wow, there is no bounce for ESSC. Holy smokes. Ooh, there are well, 2,000 shorts became available. So there must have been, maybe they were available earlier here. Wonder how quickly they'll be snapped up. I'm not going to take them, but what a bunch of nonsense. I mean, you know, look at this. I mean, the stock gets up to 26, drops $12, $13. Meanwhile, here's another one that is coming right into the 200-day moving average, PTPI, right into it. Will it hold it? Or will it accelerate right through. If it does, the next low looking left is 226. Yeah, actually, the spread is not, well, just widened a bit here, but only 6 cents. That's not terrible for this stock. Talking this stock meaning ESSC. Yeah, well, I think you're out then, right? Yeah, you just got knocked out. Sorry about that. Yeah, back down to the SPAC price of 10. My guess is you're hoping it goes down. Oh, you're not. You're going long blue? Boy, I'm just hearing things moving down, down, down. There's the AVCT. Probably not short. It is shortable, but it's so cheap. Here's another one. A lot of fanfare for it yesterday. Viru got all the way up to 7. I think $8 or so in the pre-market, I think. Take a look at it in the pre-market yesterday. Yeah, I mean, look at this. It got all the way up to 750. And then it just dropped and it continues, even though it has FDA approval. They must think they can't, big deal. We're giving you FDA approval, but you're in a real crowded area. You can't make any money. I mean, I don't quite get it. It's a prostate drug. All right, guys. Well, I'm just getting set for this marketing meeting, so I'm just going to put myself on mute in a little bit. Well, absolutely. You can trade Virtually, well, I shouldn't say this, but I'm pretty sure virtually every major broker you can trade pre-market. There's that. I mean, you may have to, I don't know, some option to say, allow you to trade pre-market, but I don't know of any broker that doesn't allow that. All right, guys, let's see what GBI's got. All right, I'm going to put myself on mute. So, Jay, you heard my answer, right? Yes, you can trade absolutely with IB and virtually every major broker. I can't imagine a major broker not allowing you to. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. And just give me a moment here. Yeah, so Peter Paquette in the the reason that we had this weirdness happen today with this, obviously we're not up $3.3 billion. It rarely happens. I don't even know why it happened, but you notice the entry 45.86 was exactly the same as the stop. How that happened, we don't know. But if it happens again, I guess we have to make sure that doesn't happen again. But that's why this weirdness happened. I can't remember any time in the past where the entry was the same as the stop. I mean, obviously it doesn't make sense. And I took a little loss on the GBIO. I was kind of excited about it. We got down to that 560 level, or sorry, 650 level. No, I was right, 560 level, where the original alert happened, and but it didn't. It didn't work. It just started to move higher. So got out of it for a little nickel loss. VTEX, is it going to be an all-time low? Yeah, I mean, that'll be an all-time low, right? I mean, it'll have no support based on the chart. Well, the all-time low actually is 1281, it looks like. 1281. Ha! Well, Zach, I decided just for fun to take the new NU just to see what it would be like. I might have to do a William though, make a millionth of a percent on it, but I saw the alert came in at 951. These look like little scalp plays. When I look at it, I mean, there's room, I guess, to 970 or so. On down days, yeah. It's interesting. I'll keep it running. What do you use more, mainly for the bounces or for the tops? I don't want to have too many windows open. Just wondering what you use more. Bounces. Okay. Thanks. Oh, are you kidding? That happened a lot. Depending on what you're looking at, I guess, but I think they happen a lot. All right, we got a winner. A little winner in the NU. Yeah, I'll look at this, especially when, this is not my typical play, but, it's carved out a dime out of it. All right, guys, so it's getting close to my shutting the room down. I shut the room down at 3. I cannot wait for tomorrow. See what sort of 10-day daily breakdowns we get. Even if the market isn't down like it is today, it doesn't really matter, especially if these stocks are making all-time lows. Yeah, but I made a dime on that. I was just playing around with it. This is where the alert. This is from real from Zach. There's where the alert was. So I actually got in right at 9:51, and I took it out at 9:61. Well, that's pretty poor spelling. All right, guys, and again, just to let you know, we do have our promo on now, our 25% off, basically for the holidays. And again, I put in my homepage link, and you click on my link, not just obviously just to take out a subscription, but the trade of the week is sent to you right here. This is a free service every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, free. All the education that we have here, free. Okay, the user guide, the introductory lessons, all the way down here though too, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, this can maybe really help you, okay? Starts off with what is a stock? And the daily webinars, we'll have one today. The one on Thursday is canceled. I'm not sure what next week or during the holidays. I'm not sure what the schedule is, but when we're back to a normal schedule, just sign up for. You can sign up for them all right here. And also, don't forget, Chris is in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. So when I shut down at 3, if you haven't had enough of trading, you can head over to the YouTube room at 3:30. So save my link, lots of information in these two sections, including my scans, of course, and the beauty right there, the 10-day daily breakdown, giving us lots of great, great, great looks. It would show the bid ask if you were connected live, okay? I believe anyway. If you're connected to your broker, you can put the bid ask up here. But if it's if you're in simulation, it won't. But again, I always answer the question. I mean, of course, your broker has the bid and ask. When I click on an alert, the first thing I'm doing is I'd almost guarantee. I mean, we would have the bid and ask. I'm sure is here. I mean, I could add it, but I'm in the simulator, so it's not going to. I don't think there's any data. But if you were connected live to your account, IB or E-Trade, I'm pretty sure the bid ask shows up here. If you had the column, I mean, there's two columns, right? There's the bid and the ask, okay? Oh, I shouldn't have got out of my. Hey, that's a great little, great little scan you got going here. What is it for? Shorting predominantly. I mean, just look. These are the original alerts. Okay, so you take a look at ADGI at 9:30. You had a short alert at 9:56. That's the price. Look at it now. CABA at 9:52. You had a short alert. Price 447. Look at it now. GBT, I discounted because there was some kind of financing going on. GBIO did not work. 560, it actually moved up. And I actually tried to short it when it got back down to 560. That didn't work. MISO, that worked. 430, and it got down to below 4. And then ISOs, 959, and it got all the way down to 881. So I mean, this is the idea. These are short. These are short alerts. All right, so copy of, not my layout. I'm not sharing my layout anymore because these are all docked channels. A lot of people don't have the docked channels or docked windows, and if I share this, it might disrupt. So what I've done is you can go to my home page and you can take a look at all the individual scans and take the ones you want. Okay? Go to my home page. And when you click on my home page, here's the scan section. And right here. So that one right there is 10-day daily breakdown. But I have other scans. I mean, I love my unusually strong options, but on a day like today, I'm not really, there were some great alerts from it, but I'm more thinking about shorting on days like today. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. So lots of information here. Just save the link, okay? Save the link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay, I was asked for that one. Save and share. Okay, Bill, here it is. Probably not much because I think it's close to 3, isn't it? Yeah, the alert happened at 3:02. The next high looking, I suppose on a percentage basis, the next high looking left is around 337. I'm just not into going along these little ones right now. It's that simple. I may be wrong, but look at the SIAC. I had a bias against that one. We had the alert at 173. I did not think it would. I thought it would really struggle to get through 2, and that's obviously what happened. It got up to 190. Right now, I'm more. Early, no, I didn't. I did not. But awesome. Awesome. Yeah, at 725. I'll have to pay. I'll definitely pay attention to it. As you know, I'm not a big bounce player, but I'll certainly be taking a look at this one tomorrow. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking to see if any more questions. Well, I still have this short, guys, this OSCR. I'm going to ride it out. Well, depends what it does, of course, but ride it out maybe right to the end of the day. See what it does. Actually, it's a scan to play a bounce bill. These are stocks that have been kind of beaten up and maybe bouncing. They're not shorting ideas, no. I mean, it could turn into one, you know, if the bounce fails, but it's basically designed. I didn't do it. I mean, it's from Zach in our room. I have a question about your scan, Zach, so I'm just telling him that it is predominantly for playing a bounce. Hey, NGN, what are you doing? Well, another all-time low. So many stocks, all-time lows. Here's one that's I don't know if it's an all-time low. It'd be close to an all. And look at this one, another one that's an all-time low. It's a more expensive one. Obviously, it was an IPO back here, and it's all-time low. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, every Monday to Friday. Yeah, at 3:30 with Chris. Yes, he'll be there. So before, yeah, that's a good. Thank you for reminding me. So again, when I shut down the room at 3. You can always head over to the YouTube room at 3:30. Chris will be there. You can answer questions that you might have, about trade ideas or the market. Okay? Intraday trading, Bill. Intraday. Okay, here it is. And in order to give it the right credit, let me just call this bounce plays from Zach. Okay? Okay, there's the link. Oh, are you talking about Zach's? Okay, no, I think we are talking about the same thing. I wasn't sure if you're talking about Zach's.com. The other thing I look at when I see this ALZ, and it's so choppy, so choppy. I mean, I'm just not interested in looking at charts like this. Choppy on the 15, choppy on the 5, choppy on the 2. Till it settled down, unless it settled down, I mean, it's just too choppy for me. All right, guys, unless there are any other questions, I think I'll just wrap it up now. Thanks for all the help. Get my script together here. Today is Tuesday, therefore tomorrow is Wednesday. moment. Okay, so again, thanks a lot for all of the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, the new opening time now, 8 o'clock. I won't be live on the mic until 9 o'clock, but I'll open the room no later than 8. Sometimes it's a little earlier, so if you show up a little earlier, it may be open. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.